Please be free to take off jackets or make yourself a little bit more comfortable. Good evening and welcome to the meeting of Medway's Full Council, which is being live streamed via the Council's website. Please note there is water available for the public at the back of the hall and additional water available for members and officers this evening. We are joined tonight by Reverend Martin Saunders from St John's Church in Chatham, in place of Major Payne, and we're very, very pleased to welcome him here tonight. Martin, will you say prayers, please?
With pleasure. Madam Mayor, councillors, Chief Executive, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, there has been so much change since the last full council meeting. Nationally, we're in the midst of a change of Prime Minister. We survived a heat wave. The cost of living crisis has escalated. The war in Ukraine continues with no hint of resolution. And the Mayor's chaplain has been deposed. No, not quite. Ian, as you've heard, is unavailable tonight, so I've been asked to stand in for him this evening. Now, in the Anglican calendar today is the eve of the commemoration of Mary Magdalene. According to the accounts of the life of Jesus that we have in the Bible, so she had 7 demons cast out of her by Jesus, and then along with some other women followed Jesus in his itinerant ministry, providing funding as needed for the work. So she was not only a wealthy benefactor, she was willing to get involved. Along with a few other women, she observed the crucifixion and in the company of another lady saw where the body of Jesus was buried on that Friday afternoon. Then come Sunday morning, in complete expectation of finding a body, she bought spices and went to the tomb to embalm his body. Now you might wonder at how misunderstood Jesus was as a leader at the time, that even his closest followers didn't expect the resurrection, even though he had announced this in advance. It just didn't compute for any of them. According to the Bible, it was to the women, including Mary Magdalene, that the news was told of the resurrection of Jesus. And in the Gospel of John, it is to Mary Magdalene that Jesus first appeared after his resurrection from the dead. Now, in a society that didn't trust the witness of women, and I wonder how much we have changed in the last 2,000 years, if at all. But in a society that didn't trust the witness of a woman, that's a remarkable thing. And for me, makes the accounts that we have more likely to be authentic, since you wouldn't write a story this way if you were trying to launch a deceit on people. So what are we to take from the life of Mary Magdalene? I suspect 3 things. One is that no one is beyond redemption. However murky our past, we are all offered forgiveness. 2, we all have a story to tell and deserve to be listened to with compassion and empathy, even if our story seems incredible. Thirdly, and more corporately, as a council, you have a calling to set up systems so that all might thrive, especially those on the margins of society. And thank you for your part in doing that. And so to prayer, as promised, this is the prayer of the Church of England for tonight. Almighty God, whose Son restored Mary Magdalene to health of mind and body and called her to be a witness to his resurrection, forgive our sins and heal us by your grace, that we may serve you in the power of his risen life. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Councillor Kemp, have you any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I do. I have apologies from Councillor Etheridge, from Councillor Thompson and Councillor Potter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Price, have you any apologies?
Councillor Thompson is here, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Lovely.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do have...
Thank you.
Sorry, is it okay if I speak, Madam Mayor?
Please.
Yeah, thank you, yes. I do have apologies from Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Patterson. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests or any other significant interests from the members of the council? Sorry, Councillor Cooper?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. A minor interest. On the polling districts item, Rivermead School is mentioned as one of the polling districts, and I am a governor.
Thank you very much. No other members, thank you. Record of the meeting. Is it agreed that I sign the minutes of the meetings held on the 21st of April and 18th of May 2022 as accurate records? Thank you. Right, on to Mayor's announcements. Many members, and particularly former mayors and deputy mayors, will be sadly aware of the recent passing of one of our former civil ceremony officers, Roger Morden. Roger had worked for us for a number of years before formally retiring in 2015, but he continued to help us out on a lot of occasions until 2019. Roger was much a loved member of the team and will be sorely missed. I'm sure all members will join me in extending our condolences to Roger's family. I was shocked and saddened to hear of the assassination of the former Japanese Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe. We have close links with Japan through our close ties with the cities of Ito and Yokosuka. On behalf of the people of Medway, I will be sending condolences to both cities. As mentioned in our special meeting, I'm pleased to announce that we have visiting councillors from the Maldives, accompanied by the Deputy High Commissioner and the Second Secretary from the Maldives High Commission present this evening, and we'd love to welcome you. Thank you. They have spent some time in Medway today, facilitated by Councillor Buckwell, who has recently become President of the Consular Corporation of London, to learn about the work of our council, which will enhance the relationship between the Maldives and the UK. In addition, discussions are taking place where possible for the development of internet links between schools in Adu City and Medway. A very warm welcome from myself, the Deputy Mayor, and all the councillors and officers present. Both the Deputy Mayor and I have taken great pleasure in visiting charities, schools and good causes to see firsthand and thank them for the brilliant work they have been doing in Medway. I would say that the school that you are hoping to the Lee Academy, I was there last week, and they are really looking forward to further links with the Maldives. Can I ask members to speak clearly into the microphones to ensure that people in the gallery and watching live stream can hear all the members and what they're saying? And please try not to interrupt any other member while they're speaking, unless it's a genuine point of order or a point of personal explanation to be made. Finally, I would remind members that written copies of any amendments are brought up to the top table first. Thank you. It leads us on to the leader's announcement. May I call on the leader of the council to make any announcements?
No announcements, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Petitions. Are there any members of the public that wish to hand in a petition? Thank you. Are there any councillors that would like to hand in any petitions? Councillor Maple?
Thank you, Mayor Alderson. I absolutely associate myself with your remarks, both around Roger and Shinzo Abe. A petition which has been received by Democratic Services, but I wish to put it on the record here tonight, regarding Knoll Road and Lambourne Way, long-standing issues of residents regarding rat-run traffic, speeding, loitering and antisocial behaviour. The lead petitioner has been indicated in the petition received by Democratic Services. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would also like to echo what Councillor Maple said about the death and assassination of the President of Japan. I have a petition here regarding Grange Road bungalows. We, the residents of Grange Road bungalows, Gillingham, number 41 to 69, request Medway Council to take seriously the issue of the entrance and exit from the car park at the bungalows onto Grange Road. Vehicles are causing an obstruction, and we are concerned for the safety of our elderly and disabled residents. We need special signage to be assured that this will be managed within the local policy and guidance for registered car parks, because unauthorised vehicles parking are adding to the risk. It's signed by all the residents who live there, and the lead petitioner is clearly marked.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. Moving on to public questions, we have 30 minutes to deal with 7 public questions on the agenda. We have given an undertaking that people will be able to read their questions. So may I call on Vivian Parker, please come up and read your question.
Given there are a lot of Medway people who are living in fuel poverty and cannot afford to heat their homes, what is the council doing to increase the pitifully low number of Medway families who will benefit from council grants to improve the fuel efficiency of their homes?
Thank you. Councillor Doe, will you respond, please?
Thank you for your question, Ms Parker. The Council is engaged with a number of government schemes to assist households with grants, but the rollout of these has been slower in 2022-23, mainly due to a national strain on resources to undertake specialist assessments, but is expected to accelerate as assessors move from previous programmes to the Sustainable Warmth programme, which has a direct link for inquiries on our website. Medway has an allocation of £2.9 million for this programme, and it's important to note that Medway Council does not hold the funding for this or administer the grant. This is done on a regional level by a third party, Warmworks. The Council signposts residents for assessment and then works if eligible. I'm pleased also to confirm that we've recently appointed a senior Sustainable Warmth officer who has responsibility for promoting this grant opportunity, but will also be working to maximise the Council's overview of available funding and promote a number of other available grants and schemes to all residents of Medway. We are, of course, administering the government's energy rebates through the council tax system. To date, we've made the £150 payments to more than 80,000 households and continue to work to distribute this funding to all eligible households. We will shortly be launching a discretionary scheme to support those households who are not eligible for the main scheme that need support. Finally, the Council continues to provide support to vulnerable households through the Government's Household Support Fund, including helping with energy costs, water and food and home essentials. To date, we have distributed £321,000 through this fund and have allocated a further £750,000 for pensioners on low incomes in receipt of pension credit, housing benefit or council tax reduction, and will be making awards shortly. I would encourage all those who may need support to visit the Council's webpage on the Household Support Fund to make an application, or they can do this by the way of the community hubs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doe. Alan Wells, may we have your question, please?
Not present, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. He will receive a written reply. Stuart Bourne, please may we have your question?
Good evening, everyone. My question is to the Port Holder for Housing and Community Services, Councillor Doe. In 2021, Medway Council helped plant 13,842 new tree whips using funds from the Forestry Commission's Urban Tree Challenge Fund. Since then, Medway Council and its councillors have repeatedly used this as an example to the public of what the council has achieved to offset our carbon footprint and to fight against climate emergency. Even now, nearly 2 years later, this large figure of 13,842 new trees is used on the council's website, in their press releases and across social media. My question is quite simple. How many of those 13,842 trees are still alive today?
Thank you very much. Councillor Doe, will you
Well,
respond?
thank you for your question, Mr Bourne. As with any mass woodland planting, such as we undertook in the winter of 21-22, it is always anticipated that there will be a natural failure rate. With standard woodland planting, more trees are planted closer together than are required to grow to maturity. And through a process of natural selection and also selective thinning, the woodland is managed properly as it grows. Now we're in the second growing season, an assessment will be made of all the planted areas, and we will take the necessary action to address any issues identified. There has been some minor vandalism to some of the planted areas that we have been addressing, and our work will also include the removal of tree guards and stakes where they're no longer required, and the new trees have established themselves. This full assessment work has not yet been completed, so an exact figure of individual failure rates beyond the natural limits expected cannot be given at this point in time. However, I should add that we are, of course, always looking for funding to put more trees in place, and that's a continuing process. We're not, as might be implied by the question, just simply saying that, that's enough trees and we're not doing any more. We're trying to make sure we get all the money that's available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carter?
Not present, Madam Mayor.
Lovely. He'll receive a written reply. Alan Stockley?
From a recent survey of buses seen in Rainham during peak school transit hours, it is evident that bus companies supporting Rainham and the My School bus service, Arriva and ASD, are deploying a significant number of older buses, 18 to 22-year-old Euro 3 emission standard, and ASD's buses were exclusively Euro 3. As well as regularly leaving buses idling in our air quality management areas and outside school premises. The Medway Bus Improvement Plan 2021 to 2026 includes reference to the reduction of smoky and higher polluting buses through Medway's AQMAs, as well as progressive introduction of less polluting vehicles, Euro 5 and above. Can the portfolio holder confirm whether bus companies have committed to Medway Council that the measures in the plan will be met, including what is Medway Council's position on including minimum emission requirements in future contract negotiations, such that cleaner air corridors can be created for children walking and cycling to school, as we are currently encouraging?
Thank you. Councillor Hackwell, will you please provide an answer on behalf of Councillor Filmer?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your question, Alan. Our aim is to continue investing in the bus network and work with operators to facilitate newer Euro 5 and Euro 6 buses, as and when the industry comes to a more stable footing and further funding opportunities become available. In particular, Arriva has advised that newer vehicles will be rolled out on the 145 route later this year, which will contribute positively towards our bus service improvement plan alongside the National Bus Strategy. However, due to the current pressures on the bus industry and the gradual recovery following the pandemic, it is unlikely there will be any investment in new buses on a large scale soon. Bus operator licensing guidelines require that all buses are subject to an annual MOT. Vehicles over 12 years old are also subject to a 6-week inspection, including servicing requirements to ensure all buses operating on Medway roads are legally compliant in terms of emissions.
Thank you very much. Paul O'Neill, may I have your question, please?
Not present, Madam Mayor.
He'll receive a written reply. Mark Jones, can you come up and ask your question on behalf of Medway Trade Union Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We understand NHS commissioners are undertaking a review of the proposed reconfiguration of stroke services locally, as determined by the former Secretary of State, Sajid Javid, which could mean 12 months delay in implementing stroke services reorganisation. We believe that under the current proposal, Medway Maritime Hospital wouldn't provide urgent care, but will offer rehabilitation services. Will the portfolio holder assure us that Medway Council are actively pressing during the latest review and beyond for, at minimum, the adoption retention of those stroke services which it had been determined would be based locally.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brake, will you provide an answer, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, and thank you. Thank you for your question, Ms Jones. As soon as the Council became aware of the proposals to reduce the number of acute hospitals providing the service, I knew I should have written this out, sorry. My apologies. My apologies, Madam Mayor, for the delay. But as I was saying, as soon as we became aware of the proposals to reduce the number of acute hospitals providing stroke treatment and care across Kent and Medway from 6 to 3, Medway Council championed action to retain acute service at Medway Hospital. Our action included legal challenges that went all the way to the High Court. Unfortunately, on the 4th of November 2021, the Secretary of State for Health determined the proposed reconfiguration of stroke services across Kent and Medway could take place. The decision meant Medway Hospital would not become one of the 3 specialist stroke hospitals in Kent and Medway. There is an integrated stroke delivery network overseeing the transformation of stroke care within Kent and Medway. And this body has the implementation plan, which includes a detailed risk log. It is now working through the current process of reorganisation of all aspects of stroke treatment and care across Kent and Medway. The Council is fully represented with the integrated stroke delivery network's various work streams, and the Director of Public Health and other officers are members of this network. You can therefore be assured we are advocating for the needs of the Medway population. Additional NHS investment in therapy and stroke rehabilitation services are earmarked for Medway, and we continue to press for these services to be delivered in a timely fashion. My apologies for the interruption there, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much, Councillor Brake. We now move on to the Leader's Report. We now have 35 minutes to receive and debate the Leader's Report. May I call upon the Leader to present his report? Thank you.
Yes, indeed, and thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I can start off by saying that our Medway's transformation that's been ongoing over the last 20 or so years continues this year on a number of fronts. We have, in common with the rest of the country, a new integrated care system for Kent and Medway, and this provides the new intermediate tier of a health system in England. Within Medway, we continue to safeguard and protect the health and well-being of our population. For instance, our decisive action during the COVID-19 pandemic saw Medway become the first local authority in the South East and one of the first in the country to introduce community testing. We delivered over 100,000 meals to local people in need, ensuring our most vulnerable residents were supported as they required. Throughout this period, we have been steadfast in our ongoing focus on supporting and indeed leading the next phase of NHS and social care transformation. The Health and Social Care Act 2022 gained royal assent in April of this year, and on Friday the 1st of July, Medway Council alongside KCC officially became part of the new Kent and Medway integrated care system. The aim of integrated care systems is to make it easier for health and care organisations to deliver joined up care for people who rely on multiple different services. Many of us have seen changes to the NHS over the years which have not always delivered for our populations. The main difference with this new system is the Council is a full decision-making partner. Our officers, including our Chief Executive, the Director of People, the Director of Public Health, all hold key positions within the new system alongside colleagues in KCC. As leader, I have a role alongside the leader of KCC to oversee the creation and delivery of a new care strategy for Kent and Medway. And I will ensure this new strategy takes account of the needs of the population of Medway, and there is an NHS timeline to create this strategy by December this year. I also know our Director of Public Health and his team are fully engaged in this process, as outcomes always matter. I'll continue to make sure Medway's voice is heard and acknowledged in this new organisation, and our population can access and receive the right care and support when they need it. Madam Mayor, in our children's services, the period from April to June this year has included a fourth monitoring visit from Ofsted, which took place in May. This visit had a focus on young people leaving care, and inspectors found, amongst other things, the following in relation to leadership of the service: that senior leaders continue to focus purposefully on their improvement journey, and significant progress has been made since the previous inspection in 2019. There's a stable senior leadership team. There is well-organised and ambitious corporate parenting board with members who listen to the views of the Children in Care Council and with a full commitment to their corporate responsibilities. And a workforce who report being well supported and positive about Medway, with staff valuing supervision. The report noted the following improvements in relation to practice. Capacity has increased, resulting in reduced caseloads. Personal advisors and social workers are committed, caring and passionate about their work. Young people have a trusted adult and feel secure, knowing they will be supported. The Care Leavers Hub is a welcoming and safe place where young people can meet and access support. Young people in custody and those who are parents are well supported. And more care leavers are accessing and succeeding in education, training and employment. We've been in a privileged position where DFE support has funded the following, amongst other things: a multidisciplinary team to work with families who experience chronic neglect, domestic abuse and substance misuse, increased focus on staff retention and additional resources for the family group conferencing service. The positive feedback we've been receiving throughout our Ofsted visits illustrates our commitment, how committed we are to improving the service and improving the lives and families of children throughout Medway, further cementing our status as a child-friendly city. Our regeneration programme is moving at pace, and the IPM Southern Site infrastructure works are now complete and the contractor has left site. We will also be submitting our next levelling up bid due in July this month to support the delivery of one of the buildings on the southern site, as well as the potential for a gateway building on the northern site. At the IPM northern site, contractors are progressing well with infrastructure works, and these are expected to be completed by March 2023. The car park N13 has been through a pre-app with planning, and we have completed REBA Stage 2. REBA Stage 3 has now commenced, and we hope to secure consent at the end of this year. Designs for REBA Stage 1 and 2 on the northern site has commenced to provide prospective buyers with an understanding of what could be achieved and encouraging business into Medway. And in recognition of the aviation history of the airport, a scaled version of a Spitfire will also be installed at the site as part of the public offering. In terms of marketing, we have appointed agents to increase the awareness of the IPM on a national scale, and building one on the southern site is now being brought forward. We have identified an anchor tenant for the lower floors and are already in discussions for the remaining space. The design is now at REBA Stage 2, and we are about to procure a multidisciplinary team to proceed to the next stage. The Building 2 on the southern site forms part of the Levelling Up Fund bid, and we will await the outcome of that before we proceed any further. In other areas of regeneration, we continue to undertake work all across Medway. Discussions with Homes England around their original funding agreement for Strood Waterfront, dating back to 2005, have paused and will be picked up once construction commences on the Strood Civic site. It has also been agreed that the Medway Development Company will project manage the pre-construction phase of the Civic Centre site, and it's envisaged that the site will be transferred to MDC once planning permission has been obtained. At Rochester Riverside, phases 1 to 3 are almost complete, with all commercial units occupied and affordable units handed over. Phases 1 and 2 have so far 331 units occupied. A formal funding agreement provided by DFE is almost complete, and work on the new school site commenced in July 2021. Excuse me. In Chatham, we secured funding from the Future High Streets Fund and acquired the Debenhams building in June of this year for £2.2 million. And tonight we've submitted a capital additions request to enable the redevelopment of the site. An expression of interest for the ground floor commercial unit will go out in the summer, whilst twin-tracking the procurement of a commercial agent. We're also working hard to deliver the Healthy Living Centre in Chatham, with an additional £10 million being added to the capital programme to enable the delivery of the project. The NHS has requested Medway oversees the delivery of the Healthy Living Centre, and contract negotiations are currently underway. With regards to St John's Church, the funding agreement is with the diocese to be signed, and this is nearing completion, whilst for the Brook Theatre we have awarded the design team contract. Finally, Madam Mayor, in terms of HIF, consultation began on the 13th of June on SEMS Phase 2A, the Who Wetlands, and 2B, the Lodge Hill Countryside site. The first public consultation was held on the 16th of June, and the consultation will end on the 24th of July. The Public Rights of Way improvement plan is currently in the feasibility stage, and this will be updated in October 2023. Consultants were appointed to undertake the work to assess the approach to mitigation and compensation in relation to all land north of the A228, and this work is due for completion this September. In relation to the Who's Who Heritage Lottery grant, the Council has been awarded £263,000 of development funds to allow us to bid for £2.5 million of delivery grant to run a series of projects on the Who Peninsula which act to celebrate, preserve and enhance its heritage. The Heritage Lottery team have visited the project area, met the majority of partners in June 2022, and were impressed by the potential to develop a high-quality main bid that addresses their lottery funding target outputs. Madam Mayor, we are committed to progress in all of these areas and more, and at the heart of our commitment and determination is a desire to rejuvenate Medway into an area which has something for everyone. We're moving into the future, putting Medway on the map and in touching as many lives as possible, further cementing our reputation as a growing and welcoming, diverse, child-friendly city. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We now move on to debate. May I call Councillor Maple, please?
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. They often say a week is a long time in politics. Well, the last 2 weeks certainly have been. And we often talk about putting Medway on the map. So I was contacted by a lot of people saying, who is this person from Medway? Who is this person? And it turned out that one of our former councillors was seeking to become the next Prime Minister. Now, there might be lots of reasons why that MP and I got the same amount of nominations, I believe. But I think one of the reasons why the Conservative Parliamentary Party didn't support him is because actually even they find the fact that voting for fireworks rather than keeping Sure Start centres open is a bit of a silly idea. But of course, that's not the only thing that's been going on over these last couple of weeks. And Mayor Aldous, I want to take this opportunity through the Chief Executive to send my thanks and the thanks of the Labour and Cooperative Group to all those hard-working staff who over the first 2 days of this week literally were working in conditions which were unbearable. But nevertheless, they continued to serve the people of Medway. And for that, we say a huge thank you. Later tonight, we will talk about the cost of living crisis that this community sits within. And we know that actually that is a situation which has got worse over the last few months. So some of those hard-working professionals, both here from Medway Council and elsewhere, be that the NHS, the public or private sector, having done a day's work, may have to find out where the next opening times for the food bank are. That's the reality of 21st century Medway. That's the result of the last 13 years of Conservative government. And of course, it's interesting that the leader of the council spoke about having a Spitfire. We're going to talk about Innovation Park Medway later. A Spitfire. There seems to be a bit of an obsession with outgoing leaders and airplanes this week by the looks of it. I hope to not see Councillor Jarrett flying a fighter jet for his health, let alone anybody else's. But of course, I'm not the only person talking about the leader of the council's reign coming to an end. And I read with very much interest today's copy of the Medway Messenger. I'm sure most people here would have seen it, with an incredibly, frankly, depressing front page that a respected local councillor, someone who perhaps politically I don't agree with, but I know is respected by her community and by members of this group for the work that she's done, particularly on children's services, has had to come out and say clearly she felt bullied by the leader of the council. That's unacceptable in a democracy. So to quote not my words, but Councillor Opara's, Councillor Jarrett, your time has come to an end. It's time for you to step down.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. May I call Councillor Brake, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Leader, for a very full and interesting report that you've provided this evening. To me, Madam Mayor, the Leader has demonstrated that once again he has a total and absolute grip of what's going on across Medway, and he's able to report favourably on all of the work that goes on under the Conservative administration. Now, to add to this, Madam Mayor, yesterday evening I joined the Medway Public Health team and local partners and service users, together with some 1,300 people from across the UK. We came together to celebrate with the LGA the success of the work undertaken by local authorities. Medway Public Health team were shortlisted in the category of health change under the heading of baby bumps. This was to ensure that expectant mothers and unborn babies would remain healthy and well through to birth and beyond. Medway Public Health were one of the 10 local authorities shortlisted for the award. I am pleased and indeed proud to announce that Medway were highly commended in this category. May I invite the Leader and members to join in congratulating the success of the Medway Public Health team, its partners and service users. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Curry.
I sort of mentioned IPM, that's coming up later in the agenda, so I'll focus on that. I would like to just reiterate the comments of my colleague, Councillor Maple, that bullying is unacceptable in any organisation from the top down. It shows a failure of leadership and a failure of character if there is bullying going on in an organisation, and it has to be stopped. And to have that on the front page in our community is shocking, actually, to be honest. So that's all I'll say on that for the moment. I wanted just to draw members' attention to the Cabinet reports, particularly from July of this year, in relation to page 76 of the thing, in relation to the Housing Delivery Action Test. The report states that development in recent years has not met defined levels of housing need. So we're failing under this authority to meet our housing targets. And the reason, and this is the Cabinet report, the action plan considers the factors influencing house building in Medway and actions that the Council could take to promote and boost delivery of new homes, specifically stating the new Medway local plan as the main thing that could drive this forward. The draft local plan will be informed by a comprehensive sustainability appraisal. There is no local plan. Our leader has failed us yet again. Constant failure of leadership in this council, and your own members are calling you out on this as we speak. This week, Madam Mayor, we've seen the highest temperatures in the UK ever recorded. Based upon the fact that this is caused by global warming and the climate change crisis, the leader failed to mention that at all in his speech just now. This kind of temperatures lead to premature deaths, field fires, all sorts of issues in our community, causing mayhem and disruption to our services and the people in our communities. No mention of it. I may point out that it was our leader who brought the climate change to the attention of Medway by bringing the motion in the first place back in 2019. The Climate Change Action Plan has resulted, it's moving at, I would say, glacial speed, but the glaciers are melting quite fast, so it's not moving that fast. So we're not delivering, and what's more, in this very hot week, the Silver Command was called up and the council staff took action and responded brilliantly, and the leader failed to mention that again. So this failure of leadership goes right to the heart of the problems that we have in our community. Labour will sort that out when we get elected next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. I'll refer to the Leader's Report on Children's Services and the visit that took place in May and the subsequent report that came to us in June. There was, as the Leader says, a focus on care leavers. As he says, there was lots of positives in that report, and we also congratulate officers and leaders in the Directorate and social workers and other workers for making the progress which the years of Tory neglect have made necessary. The report focuses on the senior leaders, on the Care Leaver Hub, on the personal advisors and their role. And I was struck, as I'm sure anybody that's read the letter would have been, by a piece of feedback on a personal advisor that she was the mum I never had. However, worrying threats still remain. Temporary staff who are temporary because the funding is still temporary. Mental health services for young people remain inadequate, as they have been in all my time as a councillor, a disgraceful situation after 20 years of Tory Medway and 12 years of Tory Britain. At the last council, I asked the portfolio holder how she has involved the local Conservative MPs in tackling the workforce planning failures. I could only conclude from her answer that she didn't. That's also a failure of successive Tory governments to plan adequately for the supply of public sector workers we need: doctors, nurses, clinical specialists, educational psychologists, and in this case, social workers. Just to be clear, an incoming Labour administration will be committed to Medway's children's services being good or outstanding, because that's what our children deserve. It's come to light, Madam Mayor, today, only today, that hidden away in an obscurely worded paragraph on the Household Support Fund at Cabinet in April, that the Council will only supply a voucher to those children, will only supply a meal to those children who are entitled to free school meals if they attend the summer holiday activities programme. If they do not attend, there is no voucher, as there has been in the past. This directly contradicts assurances given by officers at committee and separately to the Labour group. It's a shocking, appalling decision that will mean that Medway children will go hungry, the poorest children will go hungry. We have 10,000 children in Medway entitled to free school meals. We do not have 10,000 holiday activity places per day. And we're already receiving reports today that, that residents are finding activities being fully booked. We have nowhere near the number of places for the number of free school meals children in Medway. This is a catastrophic decision, Mayor Aldous. No wonder they kept it secret.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And hasn't the last fortnight has been the Conservative Party resorting to type, a circus in Westminster with clowns in Gun Wharf? I thought it was just Raymond Chister's putative leadership bid that was a sign the Medway Tories were losing grip with reality, but it appears Councillor Jarrett has the same problem. Totally out of touch with the reality of residents' lives and the cost of living crisis him and his government have foisted on our towns at a time residents are being taxed at the highest level for 70 years. We are truly witnessing right now the fag end of this inept, incapable and incompetent shower. We have the 7 dwarves in Cabinet sitting, going through the motions, as we've heard tonight, bashful with money, dopey with the local plan, grumpy with rising crime, and sleepy as our high streets suffer, all seemingly checking out of the real world. The energy levels are so low, Madam Mayor. We need solar panels on Gun Wharf just to turn on some light bulbs for some of them, only for the same council to reject them. We now have even backbench Tory MPs, backbench Tory councillors scurrying around delivering freedom of information requests just to get the Cabinet to do their jobs, such as the pitiful state we are now in. This internal Tory civil war is now regularly played out on the front page of the newspaper. Once again, front page, backstabbing, fraud investigations, backbench concerns, and a leader sitting atop the whole seething underbelly trying to get his mates into plum seats. And that's just what the public know about. The strapline that we should all be here for is this council is serving you. At this moment, all you are serving the public is a stale and rancid cocktail of bullying, vicious briefing and counter-briefing, and poor decision-making laced with undertones of casual racism. This is utterly dysfunctional. This and your circus routine is damaging the future of our area, as you did with the binge-borrowing budget you passed in May. You are banking the future of our towns on a series of expensive capital and revenue projects in a last-ditch attempt to generate some positive PR. None of them will be around to deliver it because you're all stepping down. It's dishonest politics and it's treating the public pound with casual disregard. You need to get the hint, Councillor Jarrett, and read the room. You failed. This dysfunctional circus rabble of cabinet is failing every moment it lingers on, and every last one of you on the back benches over there knows the game is up. As someone said this week, hasta la vista, baby, but it should be you that walks the line. For the good of Medway, go and go now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. Look, I'm reaching across the chamber to you, Councillor Opara. I think it was extremely courageous of you, actually, to tell everybody the way that you'd been treated. And we have a responsibility, Councillor Jarrett, one member to another in this chamber, to look out for each other, actually. And I am quite sincere about that. If you heard that one of us were being bullied out of a seat they'd served in for 2 terms successfully, I hope that you would pause and think about how we felt. So tonight, Councillor Jarrett, I'm asking you to apologise to Councillor Opara, to empathise with the way that she felt, and to consider how the procedures in your local party have disadvantaged the only black woman in your group, and appear to the public the very contrary of the kind of inclusion and diversity that I've heard you yourself talk about for Medway. I think it's important to put your cards on the table. It wouldn't hurt you to apologise to Councillor Opara. It wouldn't hurt you to run the thing again and run it properly, and maybe give people in Medway a bit of confidence that you're not talking one talk to them and then behind the scenes behaving in another way.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Chitty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the most important element to this and the discussion that you're putting forward tonight is on a conversation that none of us were party to. So it's very much a situation where you are translating something which is not correct unless we were actually...
That is not correct. We've all seen the report in the local paper. We don't have to interpret it. It's attributed. And we don't need Councillor Chitty to tell us that we weren't there. We know that.
Sorry, Councillor Chitty, will you continue, please?
In actual fact, that wasn't a point of order, it was an opinion. Now, factually, I was not there.
Excuse me, will you both be kind to one another, please? We are all councillors here. Thank you.
Factually, I was not there. Now, I'm a woman. I may be a white one, but I'm not going to make an apology for that. And I have worked with Councillor Jarrett for over 20 years. We have had some absolutely ding-dong battles in conversation about what's what and where we should be going. If I disagree, I've put an argument forward. If he disagrees, he puts his argument forward. I have never, ever translated that as bullying. I do not actually understand the nature of this complaint. And so, therefore, I'm sure it will be going further, and I will be very happy, actually, to see that, because I have been bullied. I have been bullied by a number of people in previous councils, and one very significant one, over 6 foot, barred my exit from this very building and shouted at me. Now, that showed him as being impolite at best and wrong at worst. So I think that the sensitivity of this subject should not be used in the way it's been used tonight. I give my support to Councillor Jarrett, and I will continue to do so because I know that he is an honourable man and should actually have the right to defend himself against allegations. As far as the front page is concerned, I think if you open it up, somewhere there's a picture of me. I got deselected. I got deselected by 5 men who have never played any part in local government, who found me wanting. I just had to accept it. I don't think they're right, but I had to accept it. It might be a cause of great delight for you, but that is the reality. But I absolutely, I can see Councillor Maple not wanting me to continue.
Thank you. Councillor Brake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Having already spoken this evening in response to the leader's report, I thought that I'd have my time, but I pushed the button in the hope that I would be allowed to address the chamber this evening, because quite frankly, Madam Mayor, excuse me, Madam Mayor, I'm not going to be interrupted by this gentleman over here. He seems he has a point of order.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor, but it is a point of order. But
I don't believe somebody can contribute twice in the same debate. Maybe the Chief Executive will confirm that I'm right. Yes. Thank you, Chief Executive. I'm grateful.
But you've spoken already, Councillor Brake, so you can't speak again.
I'm so sorry, Councillor Brake. It's my fault. I should. Thank you. Councillor Doe.
Well, I will speak on behalf of the Cabinet, and I think as far as I'm concerned, and as far as I'm sure all of us are concerned, I think that the leadership which Councillor Jarrett has displayed over the last period, in fact over the 8 years I think it is, since he became leader, has been outstanding. And you see the changes in the towns and the way in which I think the towns have projected their success. And I think all we're getting from the other side are constant smears about conversations which they were not present but merely reported and therefore seem to take as gospel without any attempt to apologise for doing that, which I think is quite disgraceful. And also remarks about the MP who actually is no longer, never, and hasn't for a long time been a member of this council, and I can't see the relevance of that to this particular discussion. So I think that what we need to do here is to actually look back and balance. Nobody gets 100% for absolutely everything. But by jingo, if we have a leader, the day that the Labour Party can produce in this town a leader that has done as much as Councillor Jarrett has done for this council, I shall cheer. And I won't be being rude to them. I shall say, well done. But I don't see any sign of it in the rabble I've heard tonight.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. May I go back to Councillor Jarrett, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Isn't it a shame that we didn't talk about any strategic direction, what we heard? Well, first of all, I'll say well done to the Labour Group, because you've increased the circulation of the local newspaper no end, because there's copies being fluttered around all over the place. So I'm sure the editor will be grateful for that. What we've witnessed and heard is why the Labour Group are so utterly unfit for running this council. Because you've taken at face value a front-page newspaper story, yes, attributed, including my own comments attributed, you've taken that as gospel. Now, the day, Madam Mayor, that everything is done via the gospel of the newspaper, is a very sad day indeed, isn't it? If that's the best the Labour group can do, there's something we use in local government, Madam Mayor, called triangulation. Look at something, where's the evidence, where's the triangulation, where's the other side of the story? Totally, utterly unfit to run this council. And particular Councillor Osborne, bless him, 7 dwarves. Let's have a quick count up of the cabinet, shall we? It was 10 last time I looked, Councillor Osborne. So let's hope you don't get your hands on the purse strings of this council. Yes, Councillor Curry, I didn't talk about everything. Didn't talk about everything in that's happened in Medway in my 5-minute speech. It's quite self-evidently not possible. I think I'm going to close, Madam Mayor, by quoting what Councillor Maple said about the cost of living, and he said that's the reality. He thanked staff for their work, and we thank staff regularly, and I'll do so again now. He talked about the cost of living crisis. And if I give you one thing in this chamber tonight, Madam Mayor, it's the Labour leader is an utter hypocrite, and that's not a point of order, Councillor Curry. He's a Labour leader.
Sorry, Councillor Curry.
Newspaper articles. Was he calling Councillor O'Para a liar, and was he saying that she'd lied to the newspaper about what was said? Can I have that clarified, please? Thank you.
This is being broadcast, of course, and no one will have heard me refer to my colleague Councillor O'Para at all, never mind call her a liar. What I said was people should think a bit before they jump. And I'll give you an example, Madam Mayor. I'm in correspondence with a member of the public today, and I've issued proceedings against them for unsubstantiable allegations they've made against me. And that person will either withdraw those allegations or I'll see them in court. That's a guarantee, and that applies to anyone else that wants to make those sort of comments about me without any foundation, Madam Mayor. But let me just finish my point, if I can. That's the reality, Councillor Maple said. And if I give you anything tonight, Madam Mayor, it's the arch-hypocrite of Medway, Councillor Maple, thanking the staff, complaining about the cost of living crisis, leading his group to vote against a pay rise for staff in February. Not only the pay rise, Madam Mayor, that was on the face of the budget, but the additional 1% we provided as well. Catcalling, crying, crocodile tears. They didn't want the staff to have that pay rise at all, Madam Mayor. The real cost of living would be even worse. The cost of living crisis would be even worse if the Labour group had had their way. And that would be a very bad day for Medway and these hard-working staff if this shower here ever assume this administration, because they can look forward to lots and lots of promises, lots and lots of money being spent on all sorts of things, money we don't have. What they can also look for, Madam Mayor, is no pay rise, because that's what Labour have offered every year in the budget setting. No pay rise for staff, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jarrett. We now move on to item 9, overview and scrutiny activity. We have 25 minutes to receive and debate the report on the overview and scrutiny activity. I call upon Councillor Buckwall to move the report.
Mayor, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. Item 9 it is. So the report updates on the activities of ONS committees since we met in full council in April, and I'll highlight some particular key areas. In the period that's subject to this report, my own committee, Business Support Overview and Scrutiny, has met on 2 occasions. We had a special meeting pursuant to a call-in by some members of the council in relation to the development of, or the proposed development of, Queen Street car park site in Chatham. I'm grateful to members for their careful consideration of the issues we discussed, and as a consequence we made some recommendations to Cabinet which are to be considered with respect to procurement and governance processes. We had our regular meeting in July, and that dealt with the holding to account of 2 of our Cabinet members being the Deputy Leader, Councillor Doe, and the Resources Cabinet member, Councillor Golvin. Turning to the other committees, last month the Children and Young People Overview and Scrutiny considered the annual schools report on performance, which summarised activity in Medway schools to raise academic achievement during the academic year 2020-21. Committee also received a report which provided an overview of Medway Children's Services response to children who go missing, either from their own home or from care. Some of the other reports presented to that meeting included an update on Medway's Safeguarding Children Plan and a members' item on the Gillingham Football School Club. In relation to that, the committee supported recommendations made by my own committee with respect to the issues which came out of our consideration of Queen Street, the proposed development and the subsequent call-in, and CYP added an additional recommendation. I would like to make clear that members should also please note that reference to that member item was omitted from the ONS activity report in error, and I acknowledge Councillor Johnson quite rightly bringing that to the attention of Democratic Services, and that matter will be recorded in the meeting minutes. Regen Culture, Environment Overview and Scrutiny considered a petition referred by a local resident that concerned speeding issues in Edwin Road, Rainham, and in addition to noting the officer response to that petition, data was requested, and not only from Kent Police Speedwatch, a pilot, but also our own data, so the whole issue could be revisited. There was also a report with representatives from Southern Water attending in relation to sewage discharge, and the committee made various requests, and there has been an offer of a visit to a plant by Southern Water. Health and Adult Social Care, ONS looked at the children and young people's mental health transition arrangements which are in place and planned further development. The committee requested an additional update in relation to the Complex Pathway programme. There was also an update on the mental health and dementia services in Kent and Medway, with requests on a regular basis made for updates, and there was consideration of the Safeguarding Adults peer review, which have been undertaken by the LGA. So, colleagues, ONS ranged across a number of issues, as the four committees do every quarter, and I welcome comments from other members and formally move the report set out as agenda item 9. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buckwell. Is that supported?
And I reserve my right.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Call upon Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Aldous. I want to turn firstly to the call-in meeting of business support. I firstly want to place on record my thanks to Councillor Buckwell for his chairing of what could have been, although nobody got to see it, it was a great meeting because nobody got to see it. But his chairing of that meeting, because it was complex at times, there's no doubt of that, it was a very difficult set of circumstances. The four recommendations are on the paper tonight, and I think for me, I want to recognise actually that each of those four, those were brought forward on a cross-party basis. They were supported, I think, not quite unanimously, but of strong support from the committee. And those are things which most people watching on tonight would expect their council to do anyway. So residents will take a view on why business support, and subsequently, it's worth noting, of course, as well, although a very different matter, the Gillingham Football Club School and the Queen Street development here, the recommendations actually turn out being the same. So this to me says these are the sorts of things which I would argue complacency sometimes can set in, and therefore scrutiny has absolutely done its job to say to the decision makers, you've got to get this right. So that's about the fact that we should not be agreeing anything to be tendered, which is contrary to council policy. Again, that might sound straightforward, but that meeting decided that that's one of the 4 things we want the Cabinet to consider. That there needs to be a more formalised, improved system of governance and accountability of significance, and we had some debate on what significance looks like. We came to the conclusion of budgets over £100,000 or more than 3 years for projects in Medway. Formalised, improved system of governance. This is important, ensuring all decision-making is fully minuted to make sure that processes are transparent. And then finally, both for us as a scrutiny committee, but importantly for the public at large, and indeed for Cabinet and officers who are taking forward projects, appropriate monitoring of major projects using published milestones and a timeline. So again, people can hold the leader of the council. Oh, they're worried about that, so they've cut me off. No. So actually, it's about being able to hold, not just on a general, do we have something or not, but actually making sure we make those milestones, because taxpayers demand that, and rightfully so. The other element of this, which didn't come as a recommendation in that meeting, and therefore subsequently supported by Children's ONS, actually was raised by my friend and colleague, Councillor Johnson, at the last business support, and that's about institutional or institutional memory, basically, that there's a real, we have some concerns around what that might look like, how things like GDPR may have impacted on our ability to have good institutional memory. So we look forward to that report coming forward in due course. This set of recommendations was not something that was coming through lightly. It was a long meeting for a single item meeting that nobody could see. And the public will look on, and I think they will expect, if a cross-party group of councillors are calling on the Cabinet to put these 4 things in a better place, they will expect and anticipate when that report comes forward, which I think will be early in the autumn. It's not at the next Cabinet, hopefully it may be at the one after. They will be expecting to see the Cabinet agree these things, because the question the public will rightfully ask is, if the Cabinet don't agree these 4 things, why on earth not? Thanks, Mary.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maple. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would like to talk about the item on the Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee. The first item reference transitions. Councillor Howcroft-Scott and I were invited to join that committee to speak on behalf of the Children and Young People's Overview and Scrutiny Committee on this particular item. It was very important. It is, as it says, the transition from children's services to adult services, and the difficulties and problems that have been arising because of the mental health issues of young people, which highlighted my question tonight. I would also at this point like to thank very much the excellent conference that was held at Mid-Kent College by the Medway Parent and Carers Forum on the 4th of July. This was a well thought out, informative and very active conference. We were able to ask questions afterwards and speak to various officers, and I want to congratulate them because this was the first one that they'd done, and they went through everything that we need to know about understanding SEND education. The slides were good, the question and answers were good, and even the food was good. So I think if this council will please congratulate Medway Parents and Carers Forum, because they do an awful lot of work for our young people who have got disabilities, autism and everything else. So yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I was there too, and I absolutely agree with every word. We should congratulate them. Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much, Mayor Aldous. I wanted to draw attention to the report that we had on overview and scrutiny about transition for young people, as Councillor Cooper has mentioned. It was a really important report, and I felt that there's lots of potential for improving things. But one of the things that we had to face at the committee was the very high number of young people in Medway who are either seeking support or already receiving treatment for mental health problems. We have promised to be a child-friendly city, and if lots of our young people are feeling that their mental health is fragile, then we definitely, absolutely have to do more. I also wanted to draw members' attention to the fact that I was very pleased to start the GP task group. Everybody in this chamber knows that the situation for GP appointments in Medway is absolutely unacceptable, and despite some opposition, I was grateful for the support that some people in the Conservative group gave to being able to have the task group. We had our first meeting. I want to thank officers for putting it together. It was a really good meeting where we heard from 2 GPs who are running good services the hopeful news that it can be done. And going forward, we'll be hearing from patients, we'll be visiting a GP surgery, we'll be hearing from GPs and other practitioners. And I really feel confident that we can assemble enough of a body of good practice to build a good service for Medway. And as I say, I'm grateful to everybody, including the GPs who were involved in our first meeting. Finally, I wanted to welcome the addition in the work programme to being able to look at women's health in Medway. The government called for an inquiry in January this year. The inquiry has reported, and 84% of women feel they are not listened to when they suffer from symptoms of conditions that only affect women. There's also a lot of data that's shown that women's health is deprioritised by some parts of the National Health Service, and that women are not listened to when they say that they're in difficulty. Very often they are dismissed and told to get on with it. So I'm really pleased that we've been able in Medway to respond to that we'll have an item on the work programme at the next meeting, and that going forward, I want to make sure that we strengthen women's health services here.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Alders. I'd also reiterate what you have said and Councillor Cooper about the Medway Parent Carer Forum event. I think it was a really positive event and will hopefully lead to better relations and communications between the SEND community, young SEND families in Medway and the council. So that's really positive. As Councillor Maple has described already, the June Children's Committee discussed the Gillingham Football Club item in closed session. The issues raised by it warranted a call-in, but we dealt with it as a members' item. And the outcomes and issues raised by the discussion, as he says, were significant and serious. Children's Committee approved, if I'm honest, in a rather bizarre and roundabout way, but we got there in the end, the recommendations which had previously been approved by Business Support Committee in their own call-in on the Queen Street development, also a confidential item. And I think that approval is significant because both items dealt with similar issues of decision-making processes, oversight and governance. Both items will continue under discussion and we commit to continue to scrutinise them for a good outcome for Medway's residents. I'd also like to raise the issue of refugees, as discussed when Business Support held Councillor Golvin to account. We can all be proud of the way that the Medway community rose to the challenge of citizens of Ukraine fleeing terror and bloodshed in the face of Russian aggression. The council too stepped up in all sorts of ways, and I commend them for that. One of the ways was in the website that could be used as a signpost to local services and support. That was a really positive development. However, it was a development that was called for several years ago by Stephen Goldsborough, then leader of Medway City of Sanctuary, in this very council chamber. The Council, in response to his question, agreed to that development but failed to do it. And this chimes with the leader's long-standing publicly expressed reluctance to support refugees in the case of that development, the case of Syrian refugees also fleeing terror and bloodshed in the face of Russian aggression, but also other refugees fleeing oppression, forced conscription, persecution. And now the administration is taking its own government to judicial review, a right, incidentally, that the Conservative Justice Secretary wants to curtail, to prevent young asylum seekers coming to Medway. We can't look after our own looked-after children to the required standard, and Councillor Jarrett uses that inadequacy to justify a failure to support the most vulnerable young people in the world. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much. While this is an overview and scrutiny item, I think I want to just talk about mental health for a minute. And this is in general, this isn't anything to do with gender, but we have seen in this chamber tonight people of the opinion that bullying is something that we can actually look at from outside and make an opinion. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to read what's on the government website. Bullying and harassment is behaviour that makes someone feel intimidated or offended. Harassment is unlawful. Examples of bullying or harassment behaviour include spreading malicious rumours, unfair treatment, picking on or regularly undermining someone, and denying someone's training or promotion opportunities. It's actually the person who is being bullied has the right to define bullying. Nobody else has, and that includes the bully. These are part of the reasons, these misunderstandings by people, why people are suffering mental health traumas, and they are traumas. And believe me, for all of you who have been subjected to bullying in your past life or currently, you need to wake up to this. We need, as a council, to have honest, open transparency. We've talked about that, and we're talking about how we can do it in contracting. We're talking about how we can do it when we spend money. We need to be open and transparent about the definitions that we apply to things like bullying. And we need to be aware of our actions that do cause mental health damage. And I call on this whole House to coalesce around the decision to be open, honest and transparent. And I thank anybody who's brave enough to stand up for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't normally speak on overview and scrutiny because overview and scrutiny members, it's for them, but I couldn't let Councillor Johnson's comments pass about his criticism of the council seeking a judicial review against the government over unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. It is not a question that, because we have our failing children's services at all, it is one of capacity. And I would have thought Councillor Johnson would welcome us doing our best to use that capacity for our own children as much as we possibly can. The situation is, this is a question of triangulation again. And I did think better of Councillor Johnson than this. Because if that were me, before I made those utterances, I'd have actually looked into the situation. What is the situation in Medway in terms of children in care? What is the situation vis-à-vis children here as unaccompanied asylum seekers? And had he bothered to do that, he would have found that there's a substantial number housed here by Kent County Council, substantial number from some of the London boroughs, a substantial number of our children as a response to that capacity being used up, being sent all over the country, which is bad for the families, bad for the children, and very, very bad for our budget as well. And why is it bad for our budget? It's because that budget in children's services needs to be spent on children's services. Does what it says on the tin. So part of the defence from the government, again, Councillor Johnson bothered to look at that, part of the defence from the government was no one else has complained. Well, that's quite extraordinary, isn't it? They've issued a national direction, Madam Mayor, that affects 29, I think it's 29 at the last count, 29 local authorities, and because we have the only ones that have complained, that's all right. The government thinks its direction is fine because no one else has complained. Well, I tell you what, Madam Mayor, we went to court to seek permission for a judicial review. The court decided that application was valid. We'll go to judicial review in the High Court, maybe the end of this year, early next year. In the interim, we will not be taking any more unaccompanied asylum-seeking children because this is a matter for the courts, and that allows us to look after the unaccompanied asylum-seeking children that are here, look after our own children that are here, and hopefully bring some of those out-of-area placements back into Medway. So I'm very disappointed in Councillor Johnson. He's an intelligent fella like me. He's seen the error of his ways, and he's standing down next May. But I'm very disappointed in him. What we are doing as administration is for the betterment of Medway's children, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jarrett. Councillor Wildey, do you wish to speak?
Yes, please, I would like to. First, for the Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee on the 14th of June, I had a family crisis. My wife ended up in hospital. So Councillor Purdy filled in at short notice. So I'd like to thank her for that. There's been lots of comments about mental health and children's mental health, which was on the agenda. As I say, I wasn't there, but reading from the paper, these are extra supporting services that have been put in Medway. The NHS long-term plan renewed the national commitment to improve and widen access to care for children and adults needing mental health support. This included boosting investment to address clear ambitions, which we've heard about many times at the committee, for improving access to mental health services for children and young people. Excuse my voice. Then bullet points, investing in expanding access to community-based mental health services to meet the needs of more children and young people. Boost investment in children and young people's eating disorder services, again, which we've heard about before. Children and young people experiencing a mental health crisis will be able to access the support they need. Mental health support for children and young people will be embedded in schools and colleges. A new approach to young adult mental health services for people aged 18 to 25 will support the transition to adulthood. Now, I know our committee is the adult social care, but in this case, because we were dealing with transitions, we did hear about the children's services as well. So, although something we can all agree on, that our mental health services aren't improving fast enough or as much as we would like, and there are still gaps, it is being improved, and we should acknowledge that fact, not just continuously find fault as some members have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we go back to Councillor Chris Buckwell.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I thank members who've commented on the period review of ONS. I thank Councillor Maple, first of all, for his remarks. The issue of the call-in which came to business support has a long history. The issue covers many years, and there's been lots of changes of personnel, not only of elected members, but also of officers. And that does indeed link into the point that Councillor Johnson made about how we ensure that the memory of the activities, decisions, and everything that goes along with that, and is part of the process that results in decisions, is somehow captured, particularly when members of officers leave the authority, so on and so forth. So, in very practical terms, I think that was a good point raised, which is going to be looked at. Other issues have been dealt with by Councillor Wildy. I thank him for that. I did support the GP task group. We had differences of opinion and, well, you know, that's democracy. We did, but I supported that going ahead, and I'm pleased to hear that there is progress underway in that respect. On the issue of bullying, I think we should all be of one view on that. It should never occur wherever, and that is the beginning and the end of that. I hope members will forgive me, as I found myself in the same position at my own ONS, in not commenting on the topic of refugees. As some members know, I've sat now for 22 years as an appeal judge in immigration and asylum. I don't think it's appropriate I should comment on that. But otherwise, I'm grateful to members for the remarks made, and I would invite you to support the acceptance of this scrutiny activity report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buckle. Is that agreed? Thank you. We now move on to members' questions. We have 20 minutes for this item. If I'd like to start with Councillor Johnson, may we have your question, please?
Thank you, Mayor Alders. Given the government's derisory increase of 7p to the funding for universal infant free school meals and the consequent threat to the quality of meals for Medway's young people, and the risk to school meals providers' long-term viability and willingness to continue contracts, what action has the portfolio holder taken to ensure that Medway's young people have a healthy daily school meal in September? Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Josie Isles. Would you please provide an answer on behalf of Councillor Potter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for your question. We are working with the school catering contractors to ensure that our children and young people are getting and will continue to get healthy, nutritious meals, and are working within the food plan and government guidelines. All our catering contractors provide Food for Life silver menus, as they are all part of the Soil Association. Therefore, they are governed by the conditions set by the Soils Association to the quality of the core ingredients to keep their accreditation. We have allowed the contractors to uplift the meal price from September, and they are working with the schools so that they pass the increased funding on to the providers to help cover the additional cost to enable the continued provision of a healthy meal. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Can I call on Councillor Edwards, please, for your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fair taxation is vital to making sure that local government can run decent and well-funded public services. Yet research commissioned by the Fair Tax Foundation showed that between 2014 and 2019, UK public procurement contracts worth £37.5 billion were won by businesses with connections to a tax haven. If they choose to, progressive councils can help tackle this by promoting responsible tax conduct through their own procurement processes. Will Medway Council join the over 20 councils across the UK that have so far signed the Fair Tax Foundation's Councils for Fair Tax Declaration? Signing the declaration would involve Medway Council leading by example in its own tax conduct, demanding greater transparency from suppliers, and joining calls for more meaningful powers to tackle tax avoidance amongst suppliers when buying goods and services. Doing so would no doubt be popular with Medway residents, with polls showing that almost 2/3 of the public agree that the government and local councils should consider a company's ethics and how they pay their taxes, as well as value for money and quality of service when undertaking procurement. We are in the middle of a cost of living crisis, and we need every pound of tax possible to support local people and services here in Medway. I hope that Medway Council will commit to being part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarrett, will you please respond?
Yes, indeed, Madam Mayor, and we are part of the solution. So thank you for the question, Councillor Edwards. I refer you to the Council's selection questionnaire, which has been used on all tenders since 2017 that are valued at £100,000 or greater, and refer you to the sections relating to discretionary and mandatory exclusion inclusive of tax requirements to further understand how due diligence is currently conducted. Within our existing questionnaire, we have a section which says, you will be excluded from the procurement process if there is evidence of convictions related to specific criminal offences, including, but not limited to, bribery, corruption, conspiracy, terrorism, fraud and money laundering. And if you have been the subject of a binding legal decision which found a breach of legal obligations to pay tax or social security obligations, brackets, except where there is a disproportion, this is disproportionate, e.g. only minor amounts involved, close brackets. Therefore, we already take this into consideration during the procurement process and exercise a strict no tolerance policy. And Councillor Edwards, in line with what I said earlier, if you'd like to look at the procurement process in more detail, you would see that and you would already have known that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jarrett. Councillor Calm, may I have your question, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given the extreme financial pressures facing the early years sector, what discussions has the portfolio holder held with local providers to ensure the long-term viability of local services?
Thank you. Councillor Josias, will you please provide an answer on behalf of Councillor Potter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Calm, for your question. Medway's early years sufficiency team maintain an overview of places for our youngest children. Their focus is on ensuring sufficiency across the local area, maintaining communication with a range of childcare providers and passporting funding to these eligible bodies. Local authority officers within the sufficiency team convene a regular early years leaders forum which provides an opportunity for a range of operational matters to be discussed, including effective financial management and accessing streams of available funding that support the long-term viability of providers. In addition, the sufficiency team manage the Medway online family information directory that supports families through providing information about available early years provision and a range of additional signposts towards services. I am pleased to report that there continues to be a sufficiency of places available for our youngest children in Medway, with a small recent increase with the introduction of 5 new providers. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maple, may I have your question, please?
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. My question again is for Councillor Josie Isles. Medway Labour and Cooperative Group are supportive of the work of council staff to continue to ensure that Medway's children's services improve rapidly and sustainably. We welcome the positive steps that the service has taken. However, as the most recent Ofsted monitoring visit letter established, too many staff supporting the improvement are temporary because funding for this is temporary. Why is this?
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Josias, would you please respond?
Again. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Maple, for your question about the most recent Ofsted monitoring visit letter for children's services, which refers to improved workforce stability and capacity in the 16+ service, but a number of posts remain temporary. The reason for the temporary post within the 16+ service is due to the need for further analysis to determine what capacity is needed in the service after its remit was extended following the inspection in 2019. Since the inspection, additional funding by the Council has supported additional posts to enable manageable caseloads while the diagnostic work has been carried out. This work is now concluded and work is underway to outline the proposals for right-sizing the service going forward, including the support for earlier transition planning as promoted by Ofsted in their recent monitoring visit letter. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Isles. Councillor Curry, may we have your question, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The delivery date for projects under the Housing Infrastructure Fund was originally 2024. This has now been extended to 2025. If the portfolio holder can no longer be confident that the 2025 date is achievable, what will be the consequences of missing this target? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Rodney Chambers, will you respond, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In answer to your question, Councillor Curry, the HIF team continues to keep the programme under review, with formal reviews undertaken each quarter. Design freeze has now been achieved, enabling the impacts of the schemes to be assessed and mitigated. The second major consultation has now concluded, with the results being shared shortly. The next two environmental schemes are now being consulted on, and the programme continues to make good progress. Any major programme delays, which could not be contained within the overall time frame, will of course need to be negotiated with Homes England.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Adeoye, can I have your question, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is to the Deputy Leader and Portfolio Holder for Housing and Community Services, Councillor Doe. The Hosted Valley is one of the most important areas for Medway, for both landscape and biodiversity, as well as supporting a rich and diverse range of habitats and important wildlife species. It has stunning views and beautiful walks. Will the Council be prepared to apply to have this area designated as a local nature reserve under Section 21 of the National Parks and Access to the Countryside Act?
Thank you very much. Councillor Doe, will you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Adeoye. This is something that we are in fact already considering, building on the work that's been completed over the last few years at this important site for nature and people's enjoyment of nature, and something I was amazed when I first saw this site coming back. I think it really is a quality site. This work has included improvements to paths, new interpretation panels, celebrating the natural and built heritage of the area, and an extensive programme of tree planting. We've also supported the establishment of a new Friends group, and we'll be exploring the site's designation as a local nature reserve with them over the coming year. And if any of you haven't been to see this area, please do, because I think you'll greatly enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Osborne, may I have your question, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. My question is to the Portfolio Holder for Frontline Services, Councillor Filmer. The following. Can the Council confirm the annual revenue and capital itemised spend on the Medway Tunnel since 2010-11 in a table by year, and the total sum over that period that was not funded through government grant? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hackwell, will you please respond on behalf of Councillor Filmer?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Osborne, for your question. Since 2010-11, the total revenue spend is 7.4 million and the capital spend is 6.85 million. This is a total spend of 14.2 million. In February 2020, we received a £5 million government grant from the Department for Transport in relation to our successful Challenge Fund bid, A289 Medway Tunnel project. In 2020-21 and 21-22, the spend on this project was 784k. This brings the total not funded via the government grant to 13.4 million. The table now being distributed itemises the revenue and capital split and totals on the year since every year since 2010-11. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chrissy Stamp, may I have your question, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In view of rising costs on schools, which include extremely high and quickly rising energy costs and the constrained budgets which they have faced over the period of Conservative government, the portfolio holder should be monitoring school budgets, informing local MPs of the need for increased funding and mitigating the potentially adverse impact on educational opportunity. What action has he taken in these regards?
Thank you very much. Can I ask Councillor Josie Owls to answer on behalf of Councillor Potter, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your question, Councillor Chrissy Stamp. It is recognised that with the increase in energy costs, governors, trusts and accountable bodies are monitoring budgets carefully to ensure the priority continues to be providing an excellent quality of education so that all children and young people achieve their potential in schools. In May 22, the DfE asked schools to undertake a survey about gas and electricity charges and for information about contractual arrangements with energy companies with the aim of considering what additional support may be provided. The survey closed on the 2nd of June. The DfE currently provides guidance through a sustainability framework that provides tips for sustainability in schools, suggesting practical ways for schools to become more sustainable should they choose to, whilst at the same time saving money. And just as an add-on, because of the survey closing in June, I will follow that up. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Halcroft-Scott, may I have your question, please?
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is for Councillor Brake. The government unveiled its long-awaited food strategy, which was in response to the food advisor Henry Dimbleby's independent review of the food system. With the cost of living crisis driving even more families into food poverty, we need a comprehensive plan that will help to tackle our country's growing hunger problem. The government's response ignored many of the independent review's key recommendations, like the eligibility of key foods schemes like free school meals and Healthy Start. If the government's own food advisor said that the government's response is not strategic, is not radical enough and needs to be much bolder, then questions must be asked about the seriousness of the government is taking towards the food crisis and the hunger crisis that threatens to envelope even more families as inflation soars. In the context of the rising childhood obesity crisis in Medway and today's challenging economic climate, what is Medway Council's response to combat hunger?
Thank you very much. Councillor Brake, will you please respond?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Halcroft-Scott, for your question. Medway has a long-established food programme that is focused on supporting and sustaining our more disadvantaged communities. The aim of the Medway food product range is to reduce food poverty, improve access to healthy food, provide healthcare entry, and provide the residents of Medway with the skills and education to help them live healthier lives. As you would expect in Medway, we are bold and ambitious with our local strategies and also plans. There are over 100 local shareholders within our food partnership. Members include the private and public sector, as well as voluntary and charitable organisations. We have a dedicated subgroup within our food partnership that is specifically focused on poverty, food security and the provision of emergency food. We have mapped out our areas across Medway where food provision and the access are most challenging and have a well-established relationship with FareShare. This organisation provides surplus and subsidised food collected from retailers. We are currently working to establish our own food hub within Medway. In terms of specific support to vulnerable families, Medway delivers the holiday activities and food, the HAF programme, and thousands of children from lower income households are able to access free activities and nutritious food during the holiday periods. Addressing childhood obesity is a priority for us. We have comprehensive plans in place to address this difficult issue. The Medway CAN programme is a perfect example of direct action, and I would encourage you and everyone in this chamber to promote our campaign. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We've got time for one more question. Councillor Apara, may I have your question, please?
Madam Mayor, a question for Councillor Hackwell. Across Medway, many well-meaning residents have taken the initiative to set up voluntary groups, such as the Lordswood and Waterslade Community Litter Group. In order to eliminate litter and present the streets of Medway clean, together with the never-ending efforts of our own street scene team and community wardens. It is, however, frustrating to see that many times this good work is often tarnished by those who have little or no respect for the environment or the cleanliness of our streets. The Council could continue to do more to show that the efforts of our volunteers and employees are respected. Considering that numerous assets, including vehicles and large media screens, are owned by Medway Council, I would like to know why are the fines for throwing litter and fly tipping not clearly advertised on these assets for all to see. This would not only act as a deterrent against the inconsiderate practice of littering and fly tipping, but would also have a significant impact on keeping Medway clean and attractive for both residents and visitors, thereby rewarding those who give their time to keep Medway clean. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hackwell, will you please reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Parra, for your question. We're very fortunate to have established groups of volunteer litter pickers across Medway, and their achievements are nothing short of remarkable. We regularly acknowledge and celebrate their success through social media and our monthly newsletter and Medway Matters. In fact, in the 2022 spring clean, we collected 507 bags, which is over 3 tonnes of litter, just in that focused event alone. Your question has prompted us to consider how we could celebrate these volunteer achievements further. We propose 2 ideas. First, the volunteer groups will have the option of a thank you certificate to acknowledge the contribution made to the environment and community and keeping Medway clean and green. Second, in partnership with Medway North, groups and organisations that have participated in a litter pick will be invited to an annual thank you event in October or November. Since 2018, we've adopted a communication message, Love Medway, Hate Litter, which has been displayed on our litter bins, signage and 38 street cleansing vehicles operated by Medway North. I'm sure you've all seen Bruce Spring Clean adorned with these stickers. Members will note that I have submitted a motion to acknowledge the work of litter pickers and propose the Council commits to advertising littering and other related fines on council assets. I trust that I will have the support of this House on this matter, Councillor Parra, and you as well, Councillor Parra, when this is discussed later in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move on to item 11, Splashes Sports Centre. Councillor Doe, would you like to make the proposal, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As members will be aware, the Cabinet agreed a year ago to instruct officers to develop detailed proposals for the new Splashes Sports Centre in Rainham. And following that decision, the old Splashes Centre has been demolished, and Space and Place, who have an extensive record in providing this type of amenity, the appointed architects for the centre have developed the design, and we submitted a full planning application which was approved at the end of June. Now, following that, the design team will work with officers to ensure the publication of the tender documents for the main works. And this was all financed from within the £5 million set aside originally for the repairs to the old hall. You will see that section 3 of the report sets out 2 options. The first is to leave seeking the Council's approval to the funding until the tender for the main building works has been completed. This would normally bring a higher degree of cost certainty, but in the present volatile state of the building market, this could result in potential cost increases. And the second option, which I recommend we follow, is to grant approval now to the additional funding, which still means the costs of the project will be closely monitored and reviewed, but will enable work to start sooner without having to wait for a further council cycle. To ensure the scheme continues to go forward with maximum speed, without any less control over the process, I now ask the Council to approve an addition the 12.85 million to the Splashes Redevelopment Scheme as set out in section 11.1 of the report. I so move.
Thank you. Is that supported, Councillor Kemp?
I will support that and reserve my right to speak later.
Wonderful. Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. I give notice that I will be moving an amendment which will be circulated now.
Thank you very much. Hello, Councillor Maple. Will you please speak to give us some
I will do. Thank you very much, Mayor Aldous. So we heard the tired rhetoric of the Leader of the Council earlier tonight, obviously recognising that we don't take the budget line by line. When we debate it in February, we take it as a whole, and there are things, of course, we support and directions we don't have necessarily confidence in this administration to take forward. We luckily tonight have the opportunity to look at one single line on the budget, and it's quite substantial. It's nearly £1 million of taxpayers' money a year. We voted in favour of the initial £5 million. We thought that was a good investment at that time to hopefully improve Splashes to bring it up to date. Subsequently, that has not been possible because of the state of the building. So we're asking this amendment three pretty straightforward things, which I think most people would see as straightforward. We are asking officers to prepare an addendum report. We want this report to come back in October with the same figure. We're happy that the figure is there. That's not a problem. But we want to understand the options that are available to us, bearing in mind that this current financial year's budget starts at minus £4 million. The fact that we're looking to add another almost £1 million of revenue costs has to be looked at, absolutely has to be looked at. Taxpayers would expect us to do that. It's not a small amount of money. That would pay for a lot of social workers, a lot of innovation in green spaces and tackling the climate emergency. So if we're committing to this, we need to understand how are we going to pay for it. Potentially, what are we not going to do instead that costs £918,953 a year? The second important element of this, and it's within the existing report, it is recognising that when Splashes was running, it was losing money year on year, more than £250,000 year on year, because it had a budget subsidy. That's a lot of money. And of course, at the moment, we're not spending that £300,000 because it doesn't exist. But the world has moved on since it was removed from the budget previously. utilities have gone up, staffing costs have gone up. So we need to understand what is that going to look like. So let's bring all of that detailed information back. And then finally, separate to that, not coming to this council, but going to ONS and Cabinet, we need to understand, is this going to happen again? Could we have another building like Splashes, which is not fit for purpose if we look to put a lick of paint on it and the building's going to fall down? So that's where 11.3 becomes critical. I hope in the spirit of trying to move this project forward, in difficult financial times for this council, we'll find cross-party support.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is that supported? Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Would you like to speak now? Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to second the amendment, which seeks clarity for this chamber and, more importantly, the Medway taxpayer on the viability of the significant financial commitment that we are being asked to make tonight. I should firstly say that I wholeheartedly support the Council's aim to ensure that all residents in Medway have access to sport and leisure facilities. However, I do not think the proposal as presented tonight is prudent. It accepts a level of uncertainty and risk that I think would make many people uncomfortable. We are being asked to approve further capital expenditure to take us to the top of an initial estimated cost of rebuilding Splashes, £17.9 million, before any tendering. But because the Council plans to borrow to fund this, the true cost of the rebuild will be £27.5 million over 30 years. Now, as has been mentioned, the revenue cost of servicing that borrowing will be around £919,000 a year. But there is nothing in this paper to explain how that cost will be covered. All we know about the subsidy is that it will be more than the previous one. These are big knowledge gaps that we're being asked to ignore tonight. This is not responsible financial management by the Conservatives opposite. We need to make sure we are not committing to a level of borrowing that we cannot pay back. We need a level of subsidy that is widely understood and accepted before we break any ground on the site. We are supportive of rebuilding Splashes, but we would frankly not be doing our job effectively as an opposition if we were not asking these questions before committing to a significant borrowing obligation. We are a Labour group that values prudence and transparency and informed decision-making, and it is in this spirit that we have put forward this amendment, which I hope will be carried tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now are going to debate the amendment. Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank Labour colleagues for their concern about budget setting. I agree with the premise of what they're saying, but not the actuality, because I think what we've seen with this issue is that the Labour group have tried to undermine this project from day one. They've constantly said, firstly, they said the Conservative group won't do anything. Then they said, when we wanted to demolish it, they're only going to demolish it and not to rebuild it. Now they're saying, we'll approve the rebuilding of it, but let's delay it and talk about it some more, which is, on the face of it, sounds quite sensible and logical. But I would draw your attention, Madam Mayor, to the fact that we're talking about revenue costs for a year that is yet to come. And I'll draw your attention, Madam Mayor, and Councillor Maple's attention, to the fact that we have a small thing in February called the budget setting. And the budget setting is built around our policies and our direction of travel. And a key plank of our leisure policies for the Conservative group is the rebuilding of Splashes and expediting that building as soon as possible, so that that facility in the east of the borough is reopened as soon as possible. That's where we're coming from. So there's nothing wrong with looking at the revenue costs, and Councillor Maple and I can argue about that in February at the budget setting meeting. What is wrong, an attempt to delay it while we do that? Because officers will come back with if the Labour group have their way, officers will come back to discuss options for finding the £918,000 out with the budget setting process, not taking the budget setting process in the round. I hear what Councillor Maple says about the inherent £4 million pressure in the current revenue budget, and that again is a matter that will be dealt with when we set the budget in February. So I don't approve of this process of trying to write the budget months beforehand. What I do urge my colleagues to do, and Councillor excuse me, Councillor Doe will talk about it a bit more in a moment, we need to get on with this project. We have an allocation. The costings say that that is a sufficient allocation. We need to get on with that as quickly as possible before prices rise any further. So I think this is perfectly reasonable to prognosis to say, let's get on with it, let's re-provide this in the east of the borough, not seek to delay and make this therefore an election issue, which I suspect is what's behind Labour's rhetoric in the first place, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I have to say, the leader says that we can postpone this decision until the budget next year. However, this item is on the agenda tonight, and we have absolutely every right, given some of the other poor financial decisions that his administration has made, which have gone way over budget, to ask for greater detail and clarity on the ongoing costs. And these are revenue costs. And I might add that his budget, which I discussed earlier, was only added up because he had to borrow significant sums of cash from reserves. That's the only way it added up. And that pressure on our budgets will be going into next year, as well he knows. Okay, so what we're suggesting is not, as he is inferring, that this scheme is at risk. We want to see further detail, and the detail has to be such that all members in this room, whether Conservative, Labour or elsewhere, are confident that we have the ability to sustain this in this building in its current guise. And I suspect it might be the case that if items come up that we can hold that to account and scrutinise that as is appropriate for all members. But what I'm uncomfortable with as a member, as opposition spokes for audit, is once again capital projects being funded on the never never in the future when we don't know what the government grant will be in December, okay, and where we need confidence. And we have seen over budget overruns on time after time after time. Okay, I want to see this delivered, but I also wanted to see this delivered in a financially sensible and constrained way. And if you reject this tonight, once again, we're going down this avenue where we find that things were not costed appropriately, we could have done things better, okay, and we could have had other options. We know that leisure is not raising the income because of COVID and a decline in services. We know that that is the case. We know that there is a pressure demand on this council for other budgets as well. Okay, and the question we have to ask ourselves here as members, it's not about our areas, it's about what adds up for the entirety of Medway. And what I want to see is this delivered, but I want to see this delivered in a sustainable and costed and effective way. And if you reject this, once again, it goes down the line of you playing politics with the council finances in a time where we don't have that sustainable position in our own finances. And I have to say, I'm very, if this is moved into next year, once again, your decision making, I have to say, you're leaving this council. I would have suggested that the next leader of this council steps into your position, has a new cabinet, and looks at this decision as the next leader. For someone who's leaving this administration, for someone who's walking out the door, I am not confident that the figures you presented tonight are good. I think this amendment is reasoned, and I would urge colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, Councillor Jarrett just rewrote history when he answered the amendment. I'm speaking in support of the amendment. And I'm doing that not because we're trying to make it an election issue or because we don't want there to be a fun leisure port for Medway. On the contrary, it would be a very good thing, and everybody in Medway deserves to have such a facility. What we don't want to do is promise that it's coming and then find later down the line that we can't actually deliver it because we haven't taken the pretty simple measures that are outlined in 11.2 and 11.3 of this amendment. In terms of rewriting history, if you actually look at real history that's happened, nobody in the Conservatives this evening has yet taken responsibility for the state that Splashes fell into in the first place. Now, okay, what has happened has happened. From time to time, people need to rebuild and refurbish facilities. I accept that. But Splashes has been very, very troubled. We had a major public health risk there not so long ago, which perhaps might have alerted you all to the fact that that facility was already in trouble. And now we find the building has fallen into complete disrepair and isn't fit for purpose, and you've come forward with a proposal to change that. You should take responsibility for the past, learn from the past, and support this amendment to avoid any trouble in the future.
Please, Councillor Murray, point of order.
I can tell members on this side how much Labour spent on splashes during the period 1998 to 2000 when they were in control of the council. They seem to be saying that we've let it go to rack and ruin. I don't know how much they spent. Obviously a significant sum to keep it going before we were allowed to ruin it. Perhaps you can let us know how much.
Let's move on. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. I'm afraid I can't produce a set of figures for 22 years ago. And I don't think that you could either if I had asked the same question of you. It was a really silly question. You have been in power for 20 years nearly, as you often say, although that actually isn't quite right if you look at the time when we had other administrations. And in that time, you haven't sought to make sure that this facility can keep going. I'll be quite happy. I'm sure we can archive the figures for 22 years ago and give them to you. It would be meaningless 22 years later. This is about now.
Thank you very much. Moving on, Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. Firstly, I'd like to take issue with the fact that the Labour and Cooperative Group were not in support of this. I personally spoke about the redevelopment of Splashes. I wanted Splashes to be one of the best facilities we could have, because thankfully most of the people in my ward want it and would use it. I campaigned at Overview and Scrutiny and on other platforms for this not to just be a leisure facility, because as we know, these are the kind of decisions. If you put something narrow in place, you're reliant on a very small section of the economy to pay for your ongoing costs on this. I wanted this to be a facility that would benefit my community, your community, our community, so that we had health and well-being at the centre. You failed to take that on board. You voted me down every single time. And I take issue that we were trying to stop Splashes being redeveloped. We wanted it redeveloped, we want it redeveloped well, and we do not want to spend £1 million a year on narrow revenue that we'll have to fund here. If we would widen the scope of what it was for in the first place, there are lots of talented officers in this council that could advise you, which would advise you where you will get revenue streams. This council is actually quite good at bidding for money, thankfully for those great officers that we employ. So I think if you go for this amendment, it's prudent. It gives you a little bit of time to actually work with the architects that you're paying to widen the scope of what you're going to use this building for. And hopefully we're not going to end up with another problematic decision made on political grounds by the administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Aldous. And just really sort of following on from the points just made by Councillor Brown, we've always loved Splashes. My children learned to swim there. I used to take them every Sunday for years. It was a great place to go, and they really enjoyed it. So to say that we have been against Splashes and its redevelopment is quite frankly, I don't know which planet you're on sometimes when you start talking. I think that the problem is that when it comes to the discussion and debate on this issue, there was a unanimous decision. Certainly I know the Labour group, and I'm on planning, voted unanimously for the planning application when it came to us. We had a very constructive debate, as Councillor Brown has pointed out, at ONS on this. There was consensus between all of us about how the project should proceed. It's now reached to a stage where the finances are in question, and we're simply asking for prudent management of the council's estate. I can't see why you should suddenly turn this into some sort of personal issue for your own, I don't know, for your own sort of fantasy that you've made up about this. Certainly, I know that your colleagues around the room, we were discussing this very healthily in a very sort of sort of proper way, if you like, to get the right result for Medway. And suddenly, you've turned it into this weird issue. So I would really appreciate your colleagues looking at our amendment and saying, actually, this is sound, prudent financial management, it's sound, prudent estate management that we are responsible for to make sure that our facilities are good for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Chitty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have lost count over the years how many times splashes has been a major cause of discussion. And what is before us today is actually a long-term project that will add over many years to the health, the well-being and the options available to residents. Not just those that are close to splashes, but those right across Medway. It is a commitment in an offer that has long-term benefits socially, medically, mentally, and for sheer enjoyment. I honestly cannot understand the nature of this conversation, bearing in mind how many discussions we've had over the years. And this is a clarification of something that we have committed to do and do it for the residents. And honestly, I'm quite perplexed at the nature of the discussion that's taken place tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there is a little bit of confusion, so let's see if we can clear some of that up. As one of the few councillors that was young enough to have been a child during the Labour administration when Splashes was in great condition, I can report that. So don't worry, Councillor Jarrett, it was great. Secondly, the main substantive point that Councillor Jarrett has put forward is that this is somehow judging the budget setting in February, I believe. I don't think this is prejudging anything, prejudging the budget as much as in the same way that this actual item is doing so itself. So I don't see why an amendment seeking clarification, seeking more information is at all prejudging any budget coming up. I think this is just a prudent, wise thing to vote for, and I think councillors opposite actually, especially in the backbenches, will probably likely agree. Thank you.
Thank you. As there's no other... can I go back to Councillor Maple, please?
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Aldous. And it's disappointing that it sounds as if some Conservative councillors may not be supporting this. What have we learnt in the last few minutes? Well, we've learnt the leader of the council intends to still be in that chair in February. That's interesting after the recent situations we find ourselves in. We've learnt that they haven't learnt from when we had the initial report to this council. You will recall that in that initial report, which was supported on a cross-party basis, this administration failed to mention staff would be made redundant. That's a pretty important fact and pretty shameful that somehow that was forgotten to be put within a report. I'm never quite sure whether we had an apology from Councillor Doe for that. He's technically got 2 opportunities to speak in this debate coming up. He could use either one of those to say sorry to those staff who were made redundant without any knowledge in a democratic process. So detail matters, facts matter. And actually, it's helpful that the Splashes report is item 11, ahead of item 12 and 13, which, interestingly, is additions to the capital programme with a clear indication as to where the funding to pay that back will come from. That's really interesting. So if it's good enough for IPM, and if it's good enough for, well, this is going on your capital programme, but you're taking the spending for it, you're taking So a £12 million addition, to your capital programme, you are funding from the revenue. So what are you not going to spend? The answer you failed to answer in your 3 minutes, and you're going to be there in February, so maybe you'll get the answer by then. You're going to not do £900,000 worth of stuff. Cutting services is a political issue, frankly, but there is strong consensus for a well-maintained, popular, well-used centre which has been at the heart of many individuals for many years. When we agreed it here previously, you weren't going to knock it down. That has happened because it's had to happen. We are asking, rightfully, two things. Firstly, can we be confident, can the taxpayers of Medway be confident that actually that's not going to happen anywhere else? 11.3, I know we're focusing on the money, and rightfully so, because that's a lot of taxpayers' money. Think of the things that could be spent on instead. But actually, 11.3 is really important, because actually if we don't know how Medway Park is, how Snodhurst Bottom is, all of those leisure facilities, frankly, we could end up with another case of having to spend millions of pounds because you failed to keep up to date the maintenance that's needed. I urge colleagues across the chamber to support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Now, before we vote on the amendment, I'm going back to Councillor Howard-Doe.
Summarise some of the points that have been made here and my response to them. I think the first thing is this accusation that the reason why splashes had to be replaced was lack of maintenance. It wasn't. The fact of the matter is that it was built very much by Gillingham Council down to a cost. And it was at that time, in fact, one of the major reasons I think that the towns came together was because I think certainly in the Gillingham side, and indeed I think elsewhere, the actual ability to raise capital was very, very limited. And the question we were faced with is, did we raise what we could and build the pool, or didn't we? Now, I think we made that decision at that time, and I don't shy away from that, because I think that that was the right decision at that time, and I think that it at least got a facility that was capable of being used properly for many years. Now, I think you have to accept that at certain points in time, if you build in that way, then you are going to have to replace it. It wasn't a question that we said, well, we're not going to look at it until somebody complains that there's been they've got a bang on their head from a bit of the ceiling or something of this sort. No. Basically, what was apparent was that we had problems with it. And when we actually drilled down into it and had a real long look at what was obviously much more than the structural problems that we thought we had at the time, and which we advised we had, in other words, we could keep it going for rather longer, we realised that that was when it was much more sensible to rebuild. And that's why we are where we are now. Now, I think the question of, well, you know, what do we want in here if we had a longer look at it? I think one of the councillors, I think Councillor Brown, was saying, well, you know, if we had another look at it, we could put more things in it, you know, to prop up healthy living, etc. The whole thing is available to improve the local health of the area. That's one of the key things that we want to do. And when we look at the question of is it a reasonable cost? The answer to that is that one of the questions which I think Councillor Jarrett will recall we asked in the group was running the examination of it. And basically, this is a reasonable going cost for for a pool this size. And quite honestly, you know, you get what you pay for. I think that the question of how we find the ongoing 918,953 revenue costs, I think that's ridiculous to try to see how you're going to rejig the budget. Because we don't know what situation we're going to be in either 23-24 or 24-25 when you get the full impact of it. And I think, you know, you can speculate endlessly on what you're going to do with the budget. We won't know exactly what we've got resources for and what we haven't got resources for, etc. And there are times when you have to take your courage in your hands and say, look, are we going to build this now, or are we going to wait until prices rise to the point where we can say, oh dear, we're afraid we can't build it anymore?
Thank you very much, Councillor Doe. Thank you. We will now go to the vote.
recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm now going to ask members to vote on the amendment. So either for, against or abstain, please. So starting with Councillor Adebayo. Thank you. Councillor Ahmed. Thank you very much. The Mayor, Councillor Alders. Against, thank you. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Barrett. Thank you very much. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Thank you. Councillor Buckwell. Thank you. Councillor Carr. Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Diane Chambers. Thank you. Councillor Rodney Chambers. Thank you. Councillor Jane Chitty. Thank you. Councillor Trevor Clark. Thank you, Trevor. Councillor Pat Cooper. Thank you very much. Councillor Curry. Thank you very much. Councillor Doe. Councillor Edwards. Thank you very much. Councillor Fern. Councillor Griffin. Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Owcroft-Scott. Thank you. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Mrs. Isles. Thank you very much. Councillor Jarrett. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Lloyd. Councillor Lloyd, thank you. Councillor Mayhill. Thank you. Councillor Maple. Councillor Murray. Councillor O'Para. Councillor Osborne. Councillor Pendergast. Thank you. Councillor Prenter. Councillor Price. Councillor Purdy. Councillor Sands. Councillor Andy Stamp. Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Chrissy Stamp. Thank you. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thorne. Councillor Tranter. Councillor Mrs. Elizabeth Turpin. Thank you. Councillor Rupert Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Thank you. Councillor Wildey. And Councillor Williams. The amendment is lost. Madam Mayor.
The amendment is lost. Now we go back to the substantive item. Councillor, any members would like to? No. Councillor Kemp, would you like to? You reserved, as a supporter, you reserve right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, having sat through an everlasting, or seemed like everlasting diatribe of facts and of allegations of facts and sweeping assumptions and waving a local rag as though it's the gospel according to Matt Ramsden, I think we should really cut to the chase here. The Labour group really want to delay and scrap the project altogether. The longer it goes on, the more expensive it's going to be. And quite honestly, I'm amazed that the Labour group want to go down this route. Since its closure, the doom merchants on social media, of which have had a field day predicting that splashes would never be rebuilt and the area was going to be designated for housing. It seems that like the Labour group are now hell-bent on proving the prophets of doom to be absolutely correct. Do they really want to deprive the people of Medway in general, and those in Rainham and Twiddle in particular, a state-of-the-art leisure centre? Much has been made about the lack of cost certainty, but my research, although limited, has shown that Space and Place have an enviable track record of delivering projects on time and within budget. The longer the project is delayed, the more expensive it is. And anybody here who is planning a loft extension or any extension to their house would realise that the cost of raw materials is going through the roof. The actions of the Labour group here can only be described as political posturing of the worst kind, and as such should be ashamed. And, Madam Mayor, I urge colleagues to support the recommendations as laid down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now go to the vote. Oh, Councillor Doe. Sorry, Councillor Doe.
If I could speak without being interrupted, I'd be grateful. I think the whole point really is a basic difference of view here between the fact that I think there comes a point in time when you have to make an assessment and you have to have the guts and drive to get on with it. And I think that we have done the preliminary research. It is no good trying to form a budget a year or more in advance when you're going to feel the full effect of it. I just think that what we have to do is to provide decent facilities for the people of Medway, and I'm disappointed, frankly, that, but not surprised, I may add, that we don't have the support of the Labour group for this, because, frankly, they're quite happy to see it put back for a couple of months, and then they'll find some other excuse, no doubt, so they'll then come back, I'm quite assured, if they are lucky enough to get the council, which I very much doubt they will. They then would like to say, they'd like to be in a particular say, well, of course, the Tories never got on with this. We're going to get on with it. We're going to build it. We know what we're doing. They never intended to build it. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be conned.
Thank you. We now go to the vote. Recorded vote.
Members to indicate their voting intention for the original recommendations, supporting as expressed in the report. So again, I'll ask members to indicate for, against or abstain, please. Starting with Councillor Adebayo. Thank you. Councillor Ahmed. I think Councillor Ahmed indicated for. Thank you. Councillor Aldous, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Barrett. Thank you. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Buckwell. Councillor Carr. Councillor Mrs Chambers. Councillor Rodney Chambers. Councillor Chitty. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cooper. Thank you. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Thank you. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Fern. Councillor Griffin. Councillor Hackwell. Councillor O'Croft Scott.
No accountability for millions, but no preschool meals for children.
Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Isles. Councillor Jarrett. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Corn. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Lloyd. Councillor Lloyd. Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Mayhill. Thank you. Councillor Maple. Councillor Murray. Councillor Opara. Councillor Osborne. Councillor Pendergast. Councillor Prenter. Councillor Price. Councillor Purdy. Councillor Purdy, please. Councillor Purdy, please. Thank you very much. Councillor Sands, please. Thank you. Councillor Andy Stamp. Councillor Chrissy Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thorne. Councillor Tranter. Councillor Mrs Elizabeth Turpin. Councillor Rupert Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Thank you. Councillor Wildy. And Councillor Williams. Thank you. Councillor Williams, please. The recommendations are approved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That's now carried. We now move on to item 12, IPM Southern Site. Excuse me, can I just have a little bit of... Thank you. Item 12, IPM Southern Site Development. Councillor Jarrett, would you like to make the proposal, please?
I think you'll find it's Councillor Chambers.
I've got Councillor Jarrett.
Oh, yeah, okay. Is it Councillor Chambers? Are you doing it? Councillor Chambers.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Chambers, please.
Madam Mayor, I think this has fallen to me because of what is mentioned in paragraph 1.1 as one of my prime movers over the last years of working with the team of officers, being able to attract significant inward investment into Medway for the benefit of all sections of the community, and our record is second to none. I think everybody will agree how important the IPM site is, and of course that is mentioned in the background papers, in the background at 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, so I urge members, if you haven't read them thoroughly, to urge them to do so now. And what this is all about is growth in the economy, growth in employment, the creation of high-value employment, and the improvement in our skills offers that we have across Medway. It has been very difficult in the last year to bring these sites forward to market. In fact, prior to COVID, it was, we had people queuing up on both of the sites, for the southern site and for the northern site. But of course, we're now in a post-COVID situation where the business community is reassessing its commitments. And nevertheless, we decided that we needed to continue marketing the site, but taking into consideration the need that rather than actually selling space for the development and the building of business accommodation, that we were going to have to undertake that ourselves if we were to attract interest. And of course, as it's mentioned in paragraph, well, I would also urge colleagues to read 2.5, 2.6 and 2.7 of the success we've had in securing an anchor tenant for a building yet to be built, and to take on half of that building, and it's a very solid commitment. I would also, in view of the debate that has gone afterwards about the financial breakdown and the financial implications, I would urge members to study section 9, 9.1 to 9.4, in case there's any misapprehension that there is a commitment on the revenue budget as far as particularly the loan is concerned. There has been a very good analysis there of how those would be costed through the rental payments of the particular building. So with that ado, I would urge the Council to accept the recommendations from the Cabinet and to proceed with those recommendations to secure funding of 8 million for the building and 4 million for the car park area, making 12 million from borrowing. Thank you very much, and I so move.
Thank you very much. Is that supported?
I second.
Thank you. Did you want to? Would you like to speak?
I'll reserve the right.
Reserve the right. Right, we go to debate. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Aldous. And just for absolute clarity, not for the leader, but for his colleagues there, we have always supported this project and we continue to support it. There is no hiding that fact behind anything the leader might have to say about it in a moment. So just to make that clear, however, I want to move on to some specifics, if I may. Firstly, we had a £10.3 million grant application which was successful and brought in the investment needed to start the ball rolling here, if you like. We've seen various iterations of this project. There was an iconic building, then there wasn't, and then it's back again, apparently, from what was said earlier this evening. The iconic building is back at about £14 million of cost, I believe. So there's various things that this project has gone through various phases, and we've had the COVID, as Councillor Chambers pointed out, which has affected the market with a capital M, because the glorious market is in the middle of all this. However, what I am concerned about is a number of things. Firstly, the agents that we have employed missed the trick here somehow. They failed to market the site. So they can't be very good at what they do if they can't market a site, particularly a site of this quality, right on the edge of a motorway and accessible to the whole of the southeast of England and Europe, I would add. So there's something wrong going on there with the marketing side. I've got a question there that it would be nice to know the detail of what marketing was done and how much it cost us and why it failed. Now, moving on from that question, we now have this anchor tenant that's come in. It would be nice to know who that tenant is, and it'd be really good. And hiding behind some commercial sensitivity seems silly if it's secured. Surely they'd be singing and dancing about who it actually was in order to bring other tenants in. And is the anchor tenant merely expressing an interest based upon the £12 million that we're agreeing to spend this evening, or have they actually signed any papers yet? Because if they haven't signed any papers, and we agree to spend 12 million, and we go ahead and build a car park and a building, and suddenly they pull out, we're in trouble. And based upon the record of our marketing people, I'm worried about that one, okay, as well. So we need to know some of those details, and I'm sure they can be supplied this evening. But as I have said right through, the Labour Group have always supported this project, so and we continue to do that. So just moving finally, and thank you for Councillor Chambers directing us to those paragraphs 25, 26 and 27, because those are the key ones here that we're talking about, and including the anchor tenant. Just moving then on to the risk register at the end, paragraph 5 of the report, we need to be conscious of that. This is a hugely important part of Medway's future. If we don't get this right, the risks are for all to see. We could have a white elephant on our hands, so we need to get it right, and we need to work together to get this right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, we don't necessarily want to take up Councillor Curry's offer of working together. We saw what happened on the last agenda item about working together, didn't we? But the Labour Group have always supported the IPM proposal. I think the trick that seems to be being missed, certainly by Councillor Curry, deliberately so, is that the market has changed entirely since the IPM project advanced. A small thing called COVID, a small thing called a very depressed financial market, worldwide financial market. To answer some of your questions, which if you read the report as thoroughly as you pretend to, you know, Councillor Curry, is that, yes, 2.5 talks about bringing in a national agent, because I freely admit I was dissatisfied with the advice we were getting, I was dissatisfied with the rigour being displayed, and I was dissatisfied with the pace of the team that we originally had in place. In answer to your question about commercial sensitivity 2.7, when it says is keen on taking, that plainly says that the deal isn't signed, and if the deal was signed I could tell you who the anchor tenant was. So I'm not being smart to you at all, Councillor Curry. I agree with the whole premise of what you're saying about risk. Now I've called a meeting, that meeting on Monday to bring forward the relevant members of the executive and relevant officers to talk about our whole holistic approach to IPM. Because all the feedback we're getting from the market is, we'd love to come, but we're not building the building, you build the building. You build the buildings. And the discussion I'm going to have with colleagues is, what is our risk appetite for that and how we go forward in the current financial environment? And that's not an easy call to make. With regards to the iconic building. Our position is absolutely clear on that. If we do not get levelling up funding that we're bidding for, and I talked about that earlier, if we do not get the levelling up funding, we will not build what officers call the Gateway building. I'm absolutely firm on that. But there is risk in this, and there is a risk in doing things, and of course there's a risk in not doing things, and that's why we need to sit down carefully and evaluate how much exposure the council should put itself to, and this is, of course, is part of it. Now, confidence is high about the possibility of this particular anchor tenant. I've seen the head of terms. We're almost there, it seems, in terms of heads of terms. We are arguing on one particular point that I won't bore you with now, but tell you afterwards. But after the deal signed, it's a usual stunt that incoming companies try to pull on local authorities. Local authorities are often seen as a soft touch. We're not, Madam Mayor, and we won't take undue risks.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Aldous. And I want to follow on actually from my friend and colleague Simon, Councillor Curry, around obviously our ongoing support for this. But I recognise actually this project is more challenging than it was 3 years ago because of all of those challenges, many of which are not in the control of this administration, this council, or indeed the community at large, but we've now got to deal with them. That's actually going, not wanting to return to the last debate, you know, that situation we find ourselves in is why actually the information we have in 9.2, 3 and 4 is exactly the sort of information we were looking for the previous item, so we can have confidence on how those risks that we take, because any programme of this nature will have risk, there's no doubt. How can we mitigate that? How can we ensure that the taxpayers of Medway will not be left with a multi-million-pound white elephant that they're paying for 30 years? So that's the question we would ask, and that's why actually this report is substantially better from actually a document perspective than the last one we saw. Mayor Aldous, we want Medway to succeed, and that means about bringing good investment to our community. However, this is going to be a challenging time, and Councillor Curry was right, and I welcome the comments of the leader around actually, if we're bringing in people to market this site, they've got to do that job. And they clearly haven't. They clearly haven't. So I hope that this is a success. Colleagues will recall when we had the special full council, we were supportive of the substantive issue. We asked for more information at that time. We want more transparency at that time. So I welcome the fact that you're having this meeting with your executive. I refer you to the report you'll receive as a cabinet soon around making sure things are minuted, things are clear, things are transparent, because the taxpayers of Medway would expect that. People will want this to succeed. People will want our community to have new and exciting innovation happening here, but at a price that's worth paying. And this is a lot of money. Again, this is a lot of taxpayers' money we're borrowing. Obviously, we've got that agreement with the Public Works Loan Board. They've played some shenanigans in the last few years, and we need to keep a close eye on that. I recognise that in the risk item within. So with those concerns laid out, we want this project to succeed, and we will be supporting this tonight.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rupert Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I am a ward councillor where the IPM is, and I do welcome this investment. And it has to say that I would actually criticise the report more than Councillor Maple, because I would like to see some amendment, some adherence to the processes that we as an overview and scrutiny we want to see in place moving forward, which would be minutes of meetings, timelines and milestones set out, and that they can be updated each time a report comes back, that we can see what's happened and where this has slipped. We all know we've had COVID and that this timeline has slipped, but just reading that report, you wouldn't be aware that there was any slippage at all. As local members, would be very great if local members could be on the project board in some capacity, whether observers or any other capacity, because what I found is that I found out more about this project from other people than I have from within the council and from other members, more senior members. But what I have heard has worried me, because there is a discrepancy. As Councillor Jarrett says, there seem to be an overwhelming number of people that want these opportunity, and then it seems to dwindle to practically nothing afterwards. So I would suggest there's something wrong in the process somewhere, and I would like to look into that. So I do think we do have to learn lessons on how we can run major projects, and in our recommendations it was for projects over 100 million, over 100,000, and this project is many millions, and I think that I'm concerned that we haven't seen the minutes. We've asked for the minutes, we haven't seen them. We've asked for that sort of transparency. The financial analysis is better than the previous item, but it still could be improved. I know we're not all financially literate, but what about net present value? What about sensitivity to interest rates and build costs going up over and the massive inflation we're seeing at the moment? We've already got 10.3 million sunk into this project, and now we're borrowing another 12.5 million. Seems like we're only making back the 12.5 rather than the 10.3. I understand that was a grant and a gift, so we don't have to pay that back, but it does raise questions that a project can be, you have to sink 10 million into a project of public money before you start, and then you make a small profit after that, because there's a £300,000 profit over 40 years. That works out as something like £10,000 a year, which is very slim for a project of this size.
Councillor Brown, it's now your turn.
That's online. Oh, maybe I got my own.
Thank you, IT. Thank you, Mayor Aldous. There's a couple of things. I agree with Councillor Turpin that this report is slightly better than the others, but if I put this up to my bosses, I don't think they'd like it too much. Anyway, when we discussed this at Overview and Scrutiny for Regeneration and Environment, there was a small issue, and it wasn't necessarily around the building, but it was around the status as to whether this was available as, I'm not quite sure what the term is now, but whereby people could have it without any business rates on it for a period of time. And I think that that's what is a bit of a problem for some of the businesses that are coming along and saying they're interested 1 minute, and then when they find that it isn't sort of an enterprise zone, they don't want to take it on, because we've seen now with hybrid working that the amount of office space available, is, even in London, is huge. And it is a pity that the marketing people that were employed previously were not able to let this. But I would welcome, actually, what Councillor Turpin is saying, that we need some more transparency at the local level around how we can move this forward. The Labour group is always looking to make sure that we get the good value for money, contrary to what some people might accuse us of. So what I would say here is, I'm thankful to have heard tonight from Councillor Jarrett that there is going to be a meeting and that there's going to be more scrutiny and discussion. And I think that is very positive. But I also would agree that we need to make sure that these decisions that are being made around capital expenditure don't leave this borough and this council bankrupt, just to have some flashy buildings that we can't put people in at the proper end. Because a lot of this is predicated on rents being achieved, payback over 40 years. And to be honest with you, the sums don't make sense at this stage, but it might be that if the deal is done properly and done transparently, that you will get to a stage where we can all be proud of the fact that this happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doe.
I think, first of all, can I refer to this business of, we keep on hearing about control of contracts. We've got something like, I think it's about £495 million worth of capital contracts, and we are actually talking about the great vast majority of those are on track, on time and on cost. This is not really a question of that, in my view. What this is a question of who blinks first, to be honest. I think the question is, do you wait until you find somebody who will sign up with you and come into agreement and then you build it? And the advice we're getting from what is now, I think, what I'm advised is a fairly top agent, is that we have to do this. And I think we have to move both things as far as we can together, but there is a risk, and you can't get away from that risk. And, you can say that, okay, well, we won't build it. Well, there you are. You've taken the risk. You've just said you're not going to do it. So what are you going to do with it? You've either got a plan for the renaissance of this town and the actual development of industries for this town, and so, or you say, no, we're not going to do that. Medway's going to turn its back on that, and you turn your back on the prosperity that we need to create for future generations. I'm sorry, you have to take a flyer on some things. I don't like us having to do these things, but we do have to do them, and I appreciate the need for them. And I think I frankly would back the judgment of my colleagues on this, and I'm sure that if we find even that this person does withdraw, we've now got wider contacts and there will be others to replace them.
Thank you. Are there any other members? No. Lovely. Can we go to Councillor Chitty, please, and then Councillor Chitty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do you know, this is such an interesting discussion because it takes me back 20 years when we were talking about the Innovation Centre, whether it was worth actually investing in something that would send a message to the business community, the importance of business within Medway. Now, it wasn't universally liked, and there was some criticism. However, the actual building and the people that went into the Innovation Centre sent a very, very strong message, and it proved that Medway absolutely recognise the importance of business and enterprise. Now, obviously, many businesses, and I've said this many times at a different venue, take a risk when they start a business. They take a risk with their life, with their home lives, the funding, and everything that goes into actually committing to something that they see as vitally important. And I think there's a definite correlation between how they feel and how we are as an authority. Business is very often considered by some people as something that we should interfere with, in some cases decry, other cases promote. But at the end of the day, any risk that has the opportunity of promoting business, of putting together a facility that is of real quality and has a real opportunity, has to be done. It has to be done in the name of employment, business, commitment, and the future. There's going to be, I'm sure, a number of businesses that will be very much looking to the future and businesses that we would perhaps not have considered 10 years ago. However, that's the reality. Is it a risk? Well, in my opinion, and I hope in the opinion of my colleagues, a risk worth taking. Because if we don't take that risk, what is the message that we are sending out? Oh gosh, no, we better not do that, it's a risk. Well, you know, crossing the road is a risk. Spending money in the future is a risk. There are no guarantees, but this, and I have to...
Thank you very much, Councillor Chitty. May I now go back to Councillor Chambers, please? Councillor Rodney Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have been involved in strategic regeneration and had it under my umbrella both as leader of the council and for my sins, I have it now as the portfolio holder. I have never known a project that we haven't embarked on, whether it was the Sustainable Communities Fund that we bid on to the Labour government, of which we got 120 million because they believed in what we were trying to do. But there was a risk in that we would not deliver that. There was a further big bid we made at the behest of my then, he'd become my friend by the name of John Prescott, who was the cabinet minister, who encouraged me, because he was so impressed with the way that we delivered regeneration in Medway, to bid for a further 70 million at the Gordon Brown was producing a financial assessment. I can't remember what it's called now. It's the one they do every so many years. Spending review, that's it. But there's always a risk, and there's no greater risk with that than there is with this. There was a risk when we actually drew up the scheme for IPM and made the bid to the then Conservative government through its growth fund to secure for the infrastructure here. There is always a risk behind these. You have to try and mitigate the risk. I am satisfied that we have adopted the same procedures to try and mitigate that risk with all the other strategic regeneration projects that I have been involved in. And therefore, I would commend to the Council that it agrees the recommendations that are before it this evening.
Thank you very much. We go to the vote. Is that agreed? Agreed. On to item 13, additional to the capital programme for the redevelopment of Debenhams, page 107. Now, before I ask Councillor Jarrett to make the proposal, the Council is recommended to resolve to exclude the press and public during consideration of any information contained in the exempt appendix to the item as set out in item 19 on page 159 of the agenda, on the basis that the public interest in maintaining the exemption outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information. However, we will proceed to debate this item in open session unless any member indicates they wish to refer to information contained in the blue pages, at which point I will ask the Council to vote on excluding the press and public. If we do resolve to exclude the press and public, I will ask the public gallery to be cleared and that live stream broadcast is paused during the closed debate. Councillor
Doe wants to speak.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Doe.
Pardon me, Mayor, but I forgot this actually. I apologise to everyone for this, but you'll see there is a mention in 2.4 of that report of the possible involvement of Medway Development Company, and I need to make sure that my position as a director is noted, and of course I have the Conduct Committee's permission to speak and vote on the issues.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jarrett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And déjà vu, isn't it? Because this is another really important report. All our reports are important, of course, but in terms of regeneration, it's important. And we've been able to, as the report says, we've been able to acquire these premises, and we're really pleased and relieved to have been able to do so, because there was a real danger that this substantial high street location would have been acquired by a council other than Medway and put it to use that we might not approve of. So this is an absolute classic case of we had to acquire this building, and we found the means to do so. And what comes next is the work that I referred to earlier, how we develop this building in a beneficial way. And I suppose it comes back to the discussion we've just had. If the local authority, Medway Council, is not prepared to invest in its area, who will? So this is an important site. It won't be that easy a site to develop, because if people actually look at the configuration of it on a couple of levels on the side of the escarpment, it's going to be a challenge, and it's a challenge that we'll rise to and we will get right. Thinking about its uses and how we might best develop the ground floor, that's something we've been discussing, and it's something we need to discuss further as an executive, and to make sure that we can bring it forward in a way that will be beneficial to Chatham High Street, and therefore beneficial to the whole of Medway, and will not be a drain on the public purse. I'm absolutely very focused on that, as colleagues elsewhere across the chamber are, which is only right and proper. The old saying that build it and they will come really does apply to most of our discussions tonight. It particularly applies to Chatham, and all colleagues will know the amount of work that we're doing in Chatham. And of course, we talked about investment earlier, and I won't go back to splashes and make political points about it. We talked about investment. None of us seem to be querying the vast investment we're making in Chatham at the moment. Over £100 million Howard's spending for us. So in terms of build it and they will come, that's exactly our philosophy. It's building it in the right way and getting the right offer out there in a depressed and difficult marketplace. So the local authority must take up these challenges and must press on. So the recommendation 10.1 is to approve another £17.8 million to the capital programme from short-term borrowing. That's the proposal. That's what this group is recommending to council, on the basis that we are reconfiguring and redeveloping Chatham as a city centre of Medway. This is an absolute landmark site, and it's absolutely important that we take the opportunity to grasp and, as other colleagues have said, in so doing, minimise the risk involved. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I think the judgment is not a simply balanced which way do you go. I think that the question of residential development and the market for residential development is actually being forged as we speak. I think people are realising that that area of Chatham is really undergoing a superb regeneration. And I think the important part of that is that regeneration is well to talk about the city centre, but what is around the city centre is very important. And remember, this is effectively what may well be towards the end of the high street, or the end of the effective high street. We have a problem in the towns that all high streets are rather too long for what they do, and of course the appetite for shopping in high streets is nowhere near what it was. And so therefore I think we've got to make sure that when these changes occur, we have a vested interest in it for the future of our residents. If we don't, then what happens is that we have no power to change some of these areas, and you will get, effectively, they'll simply be used by people that actually haven't got any concern for the future, but just want to make a fast buck and disappear into the distance. And I do believe this is a very important, significant site, and one that needs to be brought forward with care. And I think the right place is that the council should do this, and I'm confident that in its location we will in fact be able to put in residential accommodation which will substantially repay our borrowing, and probably better than that.
Thank you. Councillor Curry, did I see your name come up, or...?
Yeah, my light went off again. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just say from the start, we have an amendment which we'd like to introduce, which will be handed out now.
I don't think they like it, do you?
I don't think they like really very much what I'm...
Has everybody got it? Councillor Curry, would you like to propose the amendment?
Thank you very much for the report and for the information on the report. Obviously, this is a hugely important site, and we recognise the importance of this investment and how much it will mean to the centre of Chatham. I think alongside Trafalgar House, which is just up the road, these two sites are really key to the whole future of how the centre of Chatham develops going forward. And getting this right is, as Councillor Doe stressed, is really, really important for the whole centre of our community, if you like. So we're looking forward to this redevelopment, but we do have one or two concerns, and I'm going to just express them. The fact that it's an MDC project is a little bit of a worry from us, because they do have a huge portfolio of work already, so knowing that they have the right resources to put into this is very important. So we'd like some reassurances that MDC have got the resources needed to work on this project because of its value. I know that they're struggling a little bit. I'll wait for the leader to stop talking.
Can we not have the debate across the thing? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carey.
Thank you. So as I say, the value of this, but we do need reassurances that MDC are up to have got the resources they need to make this happen because of the importance of the site. We also wanted to look again at the ground floor, and this is what our amendment is about. We realise that obviously there's a commercial value there that has to be continued, but we note that Chatham Library and the Community Hub have moved twice to temporary accommodation, and the current temporary place has been pretty permanent for a number of years now. And what we're asking for is a feasibility study as to whether this location on the ground floor of the Debenhams site would be an ideal place to put the community hub and the library. We don't have the information to hand as to whether this would work or not, but we'd like the study done as part of this redevelopment proposal in order to make sure, because having a library and a community hub on the high street really does make a massive difference to the revival of a high street. Hugely important. So we feel that this is probably a good idea, but we're not 100% certain, and we'd like this feasibility study done. So we're quite supportive of the substantive recommendation that the £17.8 million is allocated, but at the same time we feel that there is opportunity here to make a difference to the high street by moving this community facility into the centre of the community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is that supported? Thank you. Would you like to speak now, or?
And community hubs are very important for information, communication and transformation of society. Having Chatham Library and Community Hub in the old Debenhams building on Chatham High Street will serve as gateway to knowledge and culture. Libraries play a fundamental role in community building. The resources and services they offer create opportunities for learning, support literacy and education, and help shape the new ideas and perspectives that are central to a creative and innovative society. Technology-wise, more and more people are concerned about good tech access on our high street. We are experiencing high cost living. The cost of living crisis has shown that people are more likely to be excluded from technology due to unaffordable broadbands at home. People need accessibility to appropriate facilities to further themselves more than ever before, to aid job searches, quiet area with faster technology to support students during exams or leisure reading. Moreover, the high streets are more likely to attract technical staff due to good transport links. Economically, I believe such move is affordable given the economic resources available, and I doubt very much that it will be a drain to public purse. In January last year, Council received 9.5 million from the fund, which aims to transform the high street into vibrant areas for future generations and generate jobs. We've paid 2.2 million for the building as part of its bid to regenerate the high street and increase the town center footfall, providing a location that drives growth, improve visitors' experience, and ensure future sustainability while supporting residents' need. I also believe that the projected return on investment will be sufficient. It will increase literacy in our communities, upscale our businesses with the help of local economy, all offering sufficient economic benefit to our Medway town. Since 2010, we have experienced unprecedented legal challenges to library courts in the UK. We should do everything that we can in our power to revitalize much-needed resource in our community. Operationally, the leader of the council has said that this large retail store has remained vacant for some time, and we are reviewing plans on how best to put it back into good use. Having a Chatham Library community or hub will aid the drive for growth. This will improve our visitors' experience, ensure future sustainability. This will inevitably support our residents' need. Schedule-wise, Chatham is fast becoming an emerging city center for Medway. It is, well, having a library at the hub and the community hub at the very heart of the city center would definitely bring the footfall and active frontage, bringing a valuable opportunity to proactive diversity on our high street. Therefore, I second Councillor Corey's amendment in recommending a feasibility study to access the practicality of the proposed plan in moving Chatham Library and Community Hub to this program? Thank you.
We're now debating the amendment. Can I go to Councillor Maple?
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. I'm happy to support this amendment recommendation. For the avoidance of doubt, 10.1 remains as it is. We are supportive. We don't want, as we've seen with, as Councillor Curry rightfully says, we've seen the Trafalgar Centre empty for 8 years. Doesn't necessarily mean what's coming forward shortly is ideal, but that can't happen with a site the size of Debenhams. We're supportive of that. We're supportive of the concepts, some of which are indicated in the blue papers, which we won't steer into tonight, I hope. But we understand, of course, that it's got to wash its face. It's got to be financially viable. And if it can return something to the council's coffers, that's got to be a good thing as well. That's why 10.2 doesn't say council agrees to move Chatham's community hub, because actually that would be irresponsible to say that without the information to make that decision. Not dissimilar actually to 2 items ago. This is saying, and this is coming from residents, this is not necessarily our bright new idea. Residents are saying to us, why don't you put the library there? You know, so this is, if we are serving you, then we should at least give this consideration. And it's about, because this would be quite detailed, and again, I don't want to get into the minutiae tonight, but actually it's about the space on that ground floor as well. And that's where actually a feasibility study of that nature, with the short-term borrowing agreed, again, a clear understanding as to how that will be repaid. That's why we're supporting it tonight. But looking at whether this can have that added value. Now, I don't know, and it was interesting to hear from the Leader of the Council that his executive are continuing to talk about what the ground floor might look like. That's interesting to hear. We're suggesting tonight that one of those parts of that conversation would be to have this feasibility study as quickly as practically possible. We haven't put a timeline on it because we know officers' time is precious and is in competing ways looking at lots of things both in Chatham and across Medway. But actually, to have that feasibility study, to look at whether that's an option, bearing in mind, as Councillor Curry says, Chatham Library for years, when I was first growing up, was in effectively a prefab building. It then temporarily moved to where it has been for some time, a bit like temporary accommodation. Some people ended up living in there for 20 or 30 years. We're saying, actually, look at, you know, this is the time to look at this. We won't have a site of this size to give this consideration to again. We're in this now to look at. This won't delay everything else going on. This won't delay a conversation about what the rest of the design might look like, but we would ask for the council as a whole to support this amendment, support the redevelopment of Debenhams in a positive way, and look at whether this is a viable option. That's why we need a feasibility study.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maple. Can I have Councillor Doe, please?
Madam Mayor, well, can I first of all say I'm very pleased that the Labour Party are supporting 10.1. I think that's I think they realise, as I do, that we've got to do this for the good of the future High Street and for the activity that will happen there. Now, the question of moving the library, I've looked at this for some time, actually. I've wondered whether we ought to move it or not. But the more I see and the more times I go there, it works very well, I'm afraid, where it is. It works because it is right there where there's going to be a lot of public realm space there anyway. And I think that it'll be right in that part of the city centre. Now, whether at some point, and I do make this point, it doesn't preclude us, for example, when we move, as we inevitably will in the future, move into Luton and so on. And I think that, that's when Luton, I think, will need to have, in fact, not before, something quite different to what we're providing now. But I think that to just move the library, the reasons I wouldn't do it are, number one, that I think that it would involve us in unnecessary expense in removing a perfectly good facility to somewhere else. Secondly, I believe that as it is now, it is very well used, that it seems the people I've talked to in there and so on like it very much as it is. And the third thing I'd say is this, that I'm afraid that we do have to be hard-headed in terms of the money that we've borrowed, And I think the ground floor is actually has got to make money. It's got at least to service its portion of the debt. And I think that that can be achieved, and I think that's our prime consideration. However, if I thought that the library service would benefit enormously from moving from one to the other, then I could support this. But I just do not agree with it. I think it's where it is very central to that part, and I think it does the job which we had. We've got event space outside it, and I think it's excellently positioned, and with superb views of the river and so on.
Thank you. Councillor Adeoye.
No.
I'm so sorry. You've already spoken on it. I can't.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Murray.
Councillor Murray.
You understand some of the arguments, actually, that Councillor Doe has just made, but the fact remains that Chatham Library is in a temporary location. That building hasn't got a very long-term future, and actually it costs a lot to light and heat because it's got very old-fashioned types of arrangements. And if you look at it the other way round, if we're thinking out of the box, moving the library to the bottom of the Debenhams building will significantly lift that end of the high street, because there's lots of new housing development towards that end. There's a very active and thriving, diverse community of retailers there. And having the library there would have the potential to bring those people in and do some culturally interesting activities around the needs of those particular communities. The library's got loads of things going on. It's got a very thriving poetry community. It's got writers' workshops. It's, I agree, well used by families. But I think putting it into a more modern setting, and don't forget we'd have the hub there as well, and the hub, part of the library, could frankly do with overhauling. It's very old-fashioned. This is an opportunity. No one's saying it would definitely happen. But what we're saying is, if we're going to redevelop the Debenhams building, let's look at all of the options now and try and see. And look, you know, quite frankly, Chatham's had some really bad publicity lately. And a lot of that bad publicity was based on people feeling fearful and unsafe in the high street. If we put the library into the heart of the high street rather than out of the way on the other side of the bus station where it is now, I think it would go a significant way towards making people feel safer than they do in Chatham High Street and give everything else that you're trying to get to happen there more of a chance.
Is there any other?
We've certainly spent quite a lot of money on upgrading it and so on, and as far as I'm concerned, it meets the aspirations and the needs of the local people. And if anybody has any ideas or feels that they're being excluded from that library and want to use it, then I'm quite happy for the officers to talk to them and let's get them in there. But to actually move it just for the sake of moving it when you've got a good product is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I'm going back to Councillor Curry, who is the proposer of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm a bit sad that the council, that the group over there are not prepared to look at this as a feasibility. I mean, that's all we're asking for. The realisation is that library services have to constantly change and move with the times. And this is a real opportunity. I mean, I know, for example, that the Chatham Library does not serve students very well. And we've got a thriving student population who find it difficult to use, there's not many spaces there for them, and they find it difficult to work there. So having a new, modern 21st century library that's upgraded to cope with all the needs of the 5G technology that's coming, all that kind of stuff that's coming in, and putting it in the centre of our town can only be a good thing. And I think that doesn't preclude us using the existing building where the library now is for other uses. It's a lovely location. It's right in the middle of a park, and it's got lovely views across the river and stuff like that. There's all sorts of potential for that building. as it stands, but it doesn't function as well as a new modern 21st century library would do. And I think that's a shame. And equally, access to services, having the community hub at the centre of the community on the high street makes it much more accessible for the people who need those services. So it's not stopping us doing what we do and what we do well, it's just putting them in a location which will work much better for the community. So I'm a bit sad that they're not even willing to look at this as a feasibility. It's a bit of a shame, but maybe the vote might go the other way. We never know. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going back to Councillor Jarrett now as the proposer of the original item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The idea on the face of it seems reasonable, but I draw members' attention to the recommendation. I'll read it out carefully. The councillors recommend to approve the addition of £17.8 million from short-term borrowing. This is the important thing, to be repaid from future capital receipts generated by the site. Libraries don't make any money, and nobody expects them to. But the key thing here, there is short-term borrowing, and we need to develop a scheme that will repay that borrowing and will produce... It's not a point of order, Councillor Curry.
Point of clarification. I mean, libraries do make money. You can rent the space out to the community in all sorts of different ways, very flexible and very usable spaces, so they can generate income, just to point that out to you. Thank you.
Peanuts, Councillor Curry, District Council thinking.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor.
As I say, it's absolutely essential that this building is brought forward and delivered and returns a substantial return, i.e. to repay this substantial borrowing, and does so in a timely way. Now, as Councillor Doe said, no one who said, excuse me, the current location is a temporary location. This side we've not said that. We spent substantial monies on it. The thing we are looking at, the thing we are exploring at the moment, Madam Mayor, people having their own little chat, the thing we're exploring at the moment, Madam Mayor, is what was just mentioned about what we do about the Rafa Club. Now, we had an estimate before COVID of £600,000 to do something with it. We've just had another discussion the last few days about what does that actually mean? What beneficial use can we bring it? Can we bring to that part of the building? And that is that whole building then, and it forms an important focal point on the waterfront. And we've got to think about Chatham City Centre with the apartments that we're building, Garrison Point, plenty sold off plan, Chatham waterfront. The whole area is going to change. So who says the library's in the wrong place? It's never occurred to this side, Madam Mayor, in terms of strategic aims for Chatham Centre, that the library's in the wrong place. What has occurred to us is that we needed to acquire the Debenhams building, and the Debenhams building needs to repay the borrowing. The library won't repay the borrowing, Madam Mayor. So what is the point of having a feasibility study for something that's not the policy of the ruling group? So I'd ask colleagues not to support 10.2. I'm very pleased that the opposition are supporting 10.1, though.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the vote now, please?
So those in favour?
Those in favour of the amendment. Thank you. Those against the amendment. Thank you. The amendment's lost. Now we're back to the substantive item. Thank you. Any member on the substantive item? No?
Councillor Doe has already spoken, so Councillor Jarrett.
Councillor Jarrett on the original item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've had a full debate, and thank Councillor Maple and his colleagues for this anticipated support on 10.1.
Thank you. So
is it agreed?
Is it agreed? Agreed. Thanks. Right. Now on to item 14, review of polling districts and polling places. Councillor Hackwell, would you like to make the proposal, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank the officers and the cross-party working group that comprised of Councillors Buckwell, Fern, Mayhill, Maple, MacDonald, Potter and Wildey for this report. This report recommends a revised schedule of polling districts and polling places that reflects the new rules to be used in 2023. The vast majority of polling places remain the same as used previously, but there are some significant changes. It is important to note that the returning officer has adopted a policy of trying to avoid the use of schools due to the disruption caused to pupils, school staff and carers wherever possible. Over the last few years, the number of schools used as polling stations has reduced from 16 in 2019, 13 in 2021, and these proposals continue that trend and reduce the number of schools used to 10. The details of the proposed polling stations are set out in Appendix 1 on page 119, and I recommend to full council to approve the recommendations as set out in section 9 in 117, on page 117.
Thank you very much. Is that supported? Thank you very much, Councillor Buckwell. Do you want to talk now or speak later?
I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We now go on to debate. Councillor Mayhill.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. The main item of tonight, I think. I am fully in support of this report. A great deal of work went into it from both sides. I would like to place on record the Labour and cooperative groups, thanks to officers in democratic services, in particular David Holloway and Jane Ringham. The only issue I have with this item is that it signals the end of a regular polling district review meetings. I seriously mean that. Frankly, if I had more members, I'd ask them to vote against it just so the fun would never stop. But thank you so much for sort of great meetings there. I would urge everyone to vote in favour of it. Thank you.
Are there any other members?
Councillor Buckwell.
Councillor Buckwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thank our lead cabinet member for this area, and certainly Councillor Marhill. He and I have suffered withdrawal symptoms since we stopped meeting. I know this is not a topic that engrosses the majority of members, and I completely get that, but for Councillor Marhill and myself, polling boundaries, electoral registers, they are part of a good life, so we both miss that. But I would endorse the thanks to colleagues. A lot of meetings at short notice had to happen, a lot of changed dates, so that we could ensure that we met the deadline to bring the report through to this evening. So I'm grateful to colleague members. We did virtually everything on a cross-party basis and in a very amicable way. And I would endorse in urging members to support 9.1 to 9.4. Our thanks to Jane Ringham, who is still with us, and especially to an officer also that most members will not have dealings with, our guru as to boundaries and the boundary tool, David Holloway from Business Support, who has been absolutely first rate. And to those two officers in particular, please, our recorded thanks. But thanks to all colleagues who worked on this informal working group. We may be called back in as the resolution reserves our sort of right to be called upon or consulted. And it was a good exercise done in a relatively short period of time. My thanks to all, and I urge everyone to support it, ready for the 4th of May next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I recommend to the Council to approve the recommendations as set out in section 9 on page 117.
Thank you. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Right.
There's nothing to argue, cross-party, isn't it?
Sorry. So sorry. Item 15, Scheme of Delegations, Regularity Services. Councillor Chitty, would you like to make a proposal?
Madam Mayor, I think all members across the group will understand this and will be supportive of recommendation 9.1. I won't labour the point, bearing in mind how late the hour is, but I would be delighted to answer any questions. Other than that, I move that recommendation.
Thank you very much. Is that supported? Thank you very
my right.
much, Councillor Hackwell. Do you reserve the right?
Yeah,
or?
yeah.
Yes, that's wonderful. Now on to debate. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yeah, this is an essential part of the Council's work, and we fully support the recommendations. Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other member? No? Brilliant. Is that agreed? Oh, sorry, Jane.
We should have gone to Gary then, Jane. Do you want
You're welcome to speak, the pair of you, or if we just go to agreed.
It's agreed then.
Thank you. That's agreed. It is getting late. Right. Item 16, Health and Wellbeing Board. It's a review of terms of reference. Councillor Brake, would you like to make a proposal?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This report asks members to make a small number of changes to the terms of reference and points of the Medway Health and Wellbeing Board. This has been brought about by the introduction of the integrated care boards from the 1st of July 2022 in place of the CCG, the Clinical Commissioning Group. And the proposal is to report and recognise the changes to ensure that the Health and Wellbeing Board terms of reference and membership are considered to be fit for purpose. In a nutshell, the changes are to replace any reference to the CCG work with the Integrated Care Board within the terms of reference and membership. The proposed changes were contained at the were considered at the last Health and Wellbeing Board, which was held on the 16th of June. Now, we look forward to having a good working relationship with the newly established NHS Kent and Medway Integrated Care Board, and on that point, paragraph 2.8 refers to the recent members' briefing, which I and a number of other members attended with senior representatives for the ICB to discuss those new arrangements. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Debbie Yao, who has provided maternity cover for Jade Hannah in Democratic Services, for her support to the Health and Wellbeing Board over the last year. Debbie will be leaving Medway at the end of the beginning of August, when Jade returns to work, and she leaves with all of our best wishes. With that, Madam Mayor, I move the recommendations as laid out in paragraph 6.1 of the report on page 147 of the agenda as follows. The Council is asked to agree to the revisions to the Health and Wellbeing Board of reference and membership as set out in Appendix 1 to the report. I so move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is that supported?
I'll reserve the right to speak in view of the hour.
Thank you. Any members?
Okay.
No.
Sorry,
Yes, we have. Councillor Lamas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Only to say that I very sincerely hope that any change to bring about the Integrated Care Board improves the scrutiny that we have on GP service practices. People in Princes Park are sick to death of not being able to access their GP services. I'm aware that we have an acute problem in the South East and an even more acute problem in Medway, and I sincerely wish this scrutiny board best luck in their future endeavours in scrutinising the new board, and I hope it brings about the positive changes that our communities deserve. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. I really wasn't going to speak on this, but I just feel for the point of clarification, the Health and Wellbeing Board is not a scrutiny board by the very nature of it. And in fact, David Brake, as chair, often makes that comment, and rightfully so, because that's a different part of the council's structures. I'd also want to place on record my thanks to Debbie. She's done a great job in covering Jade's maternity cover. These are important changes. We heard in the opening remarks from the leader tonight the change in our health sector. We need to make sure that those are active players. It's regrettable some of our health partners are not as active players as I would like them to be on the Health and Wellbeing Board, and we've raised that before, and I hope they will take this opportunity to redouble their efforts. On the issue of GP appointments, I'm very pleased, as Councillor Murray rightfully said earlier on, the task group is cracking on with that work. I really look forward to their recommendations, and I hope the Cabinet, not knowing what they will be, but I'm confident on that cross-party basis there'll be important things for the Cabinet to support and try and make those services better for people in Princess Park and the other 21 wards of Medway as well.
Thank you. Councillor Jarrett, your name came up.
Yeah, very briefly, Madam Mayor, just to not to prolong things, I just absolutely agree that in my position on the ICP now, it's up to us to hold the local ICS to account. And I'm very worried, and have expressed that worry, that the very factors that brought about the birth of the Medway Unitary Authority, that is a perceived raw deal from the county, does not now replicate itself in the health sector. And the abolition of the coterminous, whatever it was called, doing a Boris now, that's the one, CCG, was detrimental, I think, and the provision of GP surgeries is a great worry. Greater North Kent, we produced a report. We were very critical about that, which we took to the senior people in the ICS. They came back and promised 1,000 new staff into the system. We asked for a breakdown, and when the breakdown came, there was not a single GP amongst those 1,000 staff. From my own perspective, out of frustration, next week I will be paying £95 for a private GP appointment because I cannot get an appointment in a timely manner to look at an injury I sustained when I was on holiday. So very frustrated, and we'll just continue to work hard.
Thank you very much. There's no other members, so I'll go back to Councillor Doe, if you want to come back. Or
you say that I can't praise the work that Councillor Brake has done enough to bring home the very problem of GPs. It was pretty obvious to me that CCG didn't, as they didn't have any solutions, they weren't even prepared to look at it. And the trouble we've had in getting a report out of them, and we shall still carry on moaning about it, and we shall still hopefully get some result. But it really is like driving treacle uphill. It's awful.
thank you very much. Councillor Brake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, colleagues across the chamber, for your comments this evening. Councillor Maple is absolutely right. The Health and Wellbeing Board, we look at strategy, and we are not an overview and scrutiny committee. That is very, very clear in what we do, and the number of times that collectively we have made it very clear that when it comes to doctor surgery, this in fact is an important issue, and we've called for reports to be presented prior to the 1st of July, and sadly the powers to be within the Kent and Medway NHS decided to do their own thing. But all that did, in fact, was to stir the nest, and they had to take the wrath of the Health and Wellbeing Board, which has gone back, and we will have these reports. Whether they like it or not, we will keep on pushing until they cave in and do exactly what they have been instructed to do. It's gone beyond the point of being a request. The other point I'd just like to mention is that Medway is now in its own rights, as it always has been, the Health and Wellbeing Board for Medway. You may recall that we also had the Joint Health and Wellbeing Board, which was established for the the work that was undertaken by the STP, the Sustainable Transformation Board, as to where we are today. Kent, in their wisdom, decided that they wanted to use the joint board as a means of dealing with their issues within Kent. But we stuck to our guns. We always have had the Medway Health and Wellbeing Board, and that has been worthwhile. Kent are now having to start from scratch again because that was not part of their system. So my thanks to all of those that have been members and have contributed over the past to the Health and Wellbeing Board for Medway. It's been very much appreciated, and I look forward to the continued work that has been established. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I move the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Thank you. We move on to item 18, the motions. Can I call upon... Oh, God, I'm sorry. I do apologise. It is late. Item 17, use of emergency provisions. Councillor Jarrett, would you like to make a proposal?
Was that you using your urgency powers, Madam Mayor? Just to present the report as written and the recommendations asked to note the report. I will make a couple of comments though. I'm trying desperately, as I've said before, trying to avoid urgency decisions. So it's always a bit of an irritation when it becomes necessary, but I think members can see absolutely why it's necessary. More than a trifle irritated in 3.16. And the reasons behind that, that's been discussed at overview and scrutiny. Colleagues are familiar with that, and I think we all share the frustration with that particular item. So move as laid out, Madam Mayor.
Is that supported?
I'll reserve again the right to speak.
Thank you. Move on to debate. Is there any members? No. Councillor Doe? No? Councillor Jarrett? No? Right. Is it agreed? Item 18, motions. I call upon Councillor Sands to propose the motion, item 18A.
Very much, Madam Mayor. This council, acting as landowners, commits to the following sites in their entirety, remaining in the council's ownership until further notice: Capstan Farm Country Park, the former Deangate Ridge Golf Course site, the Great Lines Heritage Park site, Riverside Country Park site. And I would like to confirm to members that this motion has been discussed with officers, including officers from the Planning Authority, and they have raised no concerns with this motion in its present form. This is important to mention, as some members may raise queries to do with the predetermination of the local plan and the selection of sites process, or the HIF project that supports an option for the local plan. With this motion, the council is acting as a landowner of the mentioned sites, and therefore this is not related to planning. Members will know we have discussed and agreed previous agenda items, including some this evening, relating to the council acting as landowner, whether that is acquiring land or investing in that land. And the council's land, whether acquiring, investing or retaining, should always be, of course, a matter for full council approval. The 4 sites mentioned in this motion are the council's largest, and they serve, in whatever shape or form, either now or later, nearby communities and the borough as a whole. This motion seeks to make clear the council's intention to retain, in their entirety, these important assets in the council's ownership for the benefit of our residents. All 4 sites, in whatever shape or form, collectively and evenly serve the borough's residents, and they should be clearly retained in their entirety. Madam Mayor, I don't see anything in this motion as controversial or political. It is simply about ensuring that our residents are served in all parts of our borough, and that we recognise that the cherished land assets are irreplaceable and are valuable to the communities they serve. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is that supported? Thank you very much. Would you like to speak now or reserve the right? Thank you. Yes, we have. Councillor Jarrett.
Madam Mayor, because Conservative Group will be supporting this, Madam Mayor. No need for a debate from this side, I don't think.
Councillor Buckwell, did you want to?
Yes, I did indicate, Madam Mayor, just very briefly indeed. This motion is worded as, frankly, a statement of what is. I can't see any reason to argue with it. If there were any disposal of freehold or leasehold interest proposed by the council, it would involve a form of notice being given to someone or another, and therefore I see no problem with the wording, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Councillor Pendergast, would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've nothing to add to that, thanks.
Councillor Sands?
Madam Mayor, no, I have nothing to add, but this is important for the well-being of our residents, the mental well-being, and of course for our young people who need that interjection with open spaces for their future growth. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it agreed? Councillor Hackwell, can you please propose your motion item 18B?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Council appreciates the initiatives of those litter pickers across Medway who have set up voluntary groups to remove litter and restore Medway's clean streets, together with the efforts of our own street scene team and the community wardens. We hope to reinforce the idea that residents and visitors to Medway should not litter, and there will be consequences for their actions, helping to maintain Medway as a family and child-friendly city. To support this aim, we as a council commit to advertising the below fines on our council-owned assets: maximum fine of £2,500 for littering, unlimited fine and or prospect of 5 years imprisonment for fly tipping, and the maximum fine for graffiti is unlimited and or imprisonment. This council agrees to advertising these fines on our assets as appropriate, and this will have a marked impact on helping to keep Medway clean and welcoming place. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that supported? Thank you, Councillor Amos. Do you wish to speak now or? Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before we go any further, we have an amendment for this, which we'd like to hand out now. Thank you.
Curry, would you like to introduce your
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What we're proposing here is a slight extension. We welcome this motion. It does raise an issue which is dear to all our hearts in relation to fly tipping and graffiti and litter in general. And we understand fully that the need to have a regulation and enforcement mechanism in place that everybody is very clear about how it operates. That's very important. The details of the motion are clearly lay that out, and we support that. What we would like to do is...
You can't see from behind there, can you? There's no indication of what this will cost, Madam Mayor. We can't just introduce a revenue budget pressure just on the hoof like that with no idea what this will cost or the source of any funding. It's coming back to the debate that we had earlier about setting ex-budget pressures on the hoof.
Thank you. Councillor Curry, would you like to continue?
That's kind. Moving on. I said thank you. I'm moving on now. Thank you. Before I move on to our slightly moment, I just want to mention one point, and that's about the work of our volunteers. I'm sure all members would agree that they do a huge amount of litter picking and they do a huge amount of work to keep their communities clean. The spring clean that we have with Keep Britain Tidy every year is a huge success. I think over 3 tonnes of rubbish was shifted this year. But actually that shouldn't be necessary. There should be not as much litter around now than there was many years ago. And actually it's got worse. It's got worse since the warden scheme was removed. And I think that's where we come into this position of regulation and enforcement, which is necessary, but also education and community engagement is also equally necessary. So what we're looking at is the community wardens have been sorely missed. The role that they play in the community will help overcome the issue of all the littering that's going on, and in particular the fly tipping. It will add controls in there. And it's something that the residents of Medway really valued back when they were there and would value again. So I'm calling on colleagues to support this as a reintroduction of a scheme that worked well and was actually probably, and that obviously we need to look into the details, cost neutral or cost benefit. The cost now of removing fly tipping, or worse still, the cost to our communities and the damage it does to our reputation, having communities with fly tipping everywhere and all the issues around graffiti and stuff like that, the reputational damage that we're suffering, that's where the cost is coming in. So there's a cost to removal and a cost to the removal of graffiti. And at the moment, I understand the machine that takes the graffiti off is broken. So we need to be looking into things like that. And actually what we can do is benefit a whole lot better if we had a better, cleaner and more happy community. So that's why we're talking that it would actually be cost neutral. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it supported? Oh, sorry, point of order.
Councillor Curry's just referred to costs. What are the costs? We don't know what the costs are. What are the costs?
Can we have some clarification?
It's not good enough to say one contra's out another. What are the costs?
The costs would be...
You don't know what the costs are. You haven't got a clue what the costs are, have you, Councillor?
Excuse me. Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, I don't appreciate being bullied. Can you ask him to apologise, please?
Excuse me, can we move on? Who's
Supported by Councillor Cooper.
Councillor Cooper, was it you that was supporting?
Can we ask for a support?
Can we ask for a supporter?
Yeah, I'm going to support it, Madam Mayor.
Lovely. Would you like to speak now?
Despite what Councillor Jarrett actually says, we agree with the motion because obviously fly tipping and littering are the bane of our lives. But there's also a line in there about graffiti. Now, I don't know if any members have seen the Medway Messenger about the article that I did about the splurge of tags and graffiti that we've had at Hillyfields and the Lower Lines Park, as I understand it. I must say that it was absolutely dreadful, and the cost of clearing that off by Norse and the graffiti team has been horrendous. And the cost of replacing the glass is also going to be horrendous on our site. So members will see that I brought my poster here. We are having a graffiti event at the end of this month, and I think, Madam Mayor, you are coming to judge the awards ceremony there. We're going to teach young people about not doing the graffiti and the tags. This is a proper funded event. And we're going to educate young people because we've had such a blight on our park. I must say that I would like to thank our Green Spaces officer, Karen Francis, who has been absolutely working her socks off with me to sort this out. Now, if we had more community wardens, we wouldn't have to make sure that our officers are put to the test. We could have a community warden in each ward who would be the eyes and ears of the public so that we could actually report things to, and they could as well. So I am fully in agreement with what Councillor Curry said. I know Councillor Jarrett is talking about cost, but the cost implication for the public of seeing all this going on and not being able to do anything about it. The Norse team have been good clearing it off, and it costs money to do this. So I want to support this amendment because I think that it is a practical idea that we all need across Medway. And if anybody is interested in this graffiti event, you can see it online. It's being funded by Carers First. The youth service are also going to be there, and we're going to show the young people what is bad graffiti and what is good graffiti. So this is educational. So the cost of that to the public and to the young people far outweighs the cost of what we're going to think about with regards to a community warden, because they are very important to our local people. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We're now moving on to debate. Can I have Councillor Maple, please?
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. I'll be supporting this motion. I want to thank Councillor Hackwell for bringing forward his substantive motion. I noted with interest the other day as I walked up Palmerston Road, there's a massive yellow QR code on one of my bins, which is very interesting to see, which will be another helpful part of this. All 55 of us as councillors would have undoubtedly have had emails from residents saying they're unhappy about fly tipping, antisocial behaviour that comes as a result of that. So we all support the substantive motion, but it's about what can we do to try and stop the issue happening in the first place. In Chatham Central at the moment, we've got the brilliant Medway Task Force. It's unfortunate Adrian's not here tonight, because I know he's a big advocate for that as well. And they've done great work in Gillingham, great work in Luton, but they don't stick around forever. And actually, part of the reason why we see some wins while they're there is because there are feet on the ground. There is a physical presence. There are people making a difference. And that doesn't mean the issues go away. There's an underpass in Chatham, which probably has been overpainted 4 or 5 times in the time that the task force have been there, because graffiti has become such an issue. So that this is around trying to find all of the solutions. There is a cost at the moment for council officers going out to collect fly tipping, because it will phone in and officers will do their very best and they'll go and collect it when they can. I don't know the exact pound and pence of every single visit that those officers make, but it's costing taxpayers money, and actually I'd like to reduce that. I'd like to reduce that through a spend to save of this nature. And that's why the commitment tonight from this council would be that this is a principle, and then officers would work out the recommendations, recognising we have some wardens. It's not as if we're saying create 22 new wardens. There are some wardens there already. And of course, this council, since I was a councillor, has gone from having a warden in every ward to not. And actually, some of these issues, not just fly tipping, but some of the other stuff that goes along with that, has undoubtedly gone up as an issue. I'd say across all 22 wards. This is not just for the urban wards. Certainly it's an issue in some of the rural communities as well. Certainly fly tipping is, for example. So we support this. I'm grateful for the initial motion. I'm grateful for Councillor Curry for doing this. I'm grateful for Councillor Pat Cooper and the work she's doing and highlighting where actually we've all got a role to play in this, and absolutely recognising the first paragraph that volunteers are actually doing the work out there in the community now. So this is another tool to make this issue be as reduced as possible. We will never get to the point of zero fly tipping, but we can get to a point where it's vastly reduced, and this amended motion will help us on that way.
Thank you very much. Any other members? No. Can we wind up and go back to Councillor Curry, please?
Madam Chair, I think probably we've had a good debate on this. The scheme is clear. We like what Councillor Hackwell's proposed. We think it could be there could be improvements made if we had the wardens back in, and that's our position. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you for that. One of the issues we have, we are in Medway suffering fly tipping, but it's on a commercial scale that is the issue that we have. It's not a community scale. There is fly tipping in the community, I accept that, but the biggest problems we have is commercial fly tipping. We've recently secured a prosecution where a gentleman was jailed and he's been banned from the waste industry for at least 5 years. And these are big commercial ones, so it's not necessarily in the local community. I don't think there's any evidence to base that say when we took the wardens and made them specialist wardens, we've seen a marked increase in fly tipping or whatever. I don't think there is any evidence to say that. The amount of fly tipping we see has remained pretty stable since then. If you actually talk to the wardens that have been through that process and made the change, they dog wardens or waste wardens or whatever wardens are, they all think that it's a better way of working. They all think that it's a better way of working, and rather than being a jack of all trades, they're a specialist in one. And you know, it's been much appreciated the change that will be made. So I'm afraid I can't support the amendment, but I would still like to support the substantive motion. Thank you.
Right, we're going to vote on the amendment.
Those in favour.
Those in favour of the amendment.
Thank you. Those against.
Thank you very much. Those against. The amendment is lost.
Substantive motion.
Back to the substantive motion. Any members want to talk on that?
No. Does Councillor?
Back to Councillor Lammer.
Yeah, Councillor Lammer.
Councillor Lammer.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to second the substantive motion. I'm delighted that the Council hopefully will commit this evening to highlighting the fact that you can be fined £2,500 for littering in Medway. You can be fined or imprisoned for 5 years for fly tipping, and you can also be imprisoned or fined for graffiti. The residents of Princes Park and in many areas across Medway, as Councillor Maple indicated, do suffer with littering-related issues. I am sure, along with my ward colleague, Councillor O'Para, want to pay tribute yet again to Mary's Lordswood and Walderslade Community Litter-Picking Group, which I would wager are the best community litter-picking group in the whole of Medway, and I would encourage any member to challenge me on that point. I would also like to communicate to all litter-picking volunteers that I've been assured repeatedly by the Council that their efforts do not substitute the paid service provision that taxpayers pay for. That's a very key point. And finally, Madam Mayor, I had a impromptu meeting on Wednesday with a Medway Norse team lead member for Princes Park called Mark Taylor. I would like to pay tribute to them as well as our voluntary groups, because I learnt on Wednesday that when they cut the grass in Princes Park, they also pick the litter that they see in that process. And I very much hope they'll continue doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Hackwell.
I hope that everybody in this chamber can support my substantive motion tonight. I think education is a key message that we must get out to the. What?
Is it agreed?
Is it agreed? Agreed. Thank you.
Well done. Final motion.
I call on Councillor Murray to propose motion item 18C.
Thank you, Mayor Aldous. I make no apology for the length of this motion, and I hope that everyone's read it, because it sets out some of the things that I hope we can make a really good, positive impression on tonight. I want members to support this motion, and by doing so, show that we understand what those we represent are going through as they face the highest inflation rate for 40 years and the greatest tax burden for 70 years. Those organisations in the voluntary sector who work alongside the Council to support vulnerable people have sad and sorry stories to tell. Food banks report that those who come to them for help are refusing food that needs to be cooked for any length of time because they fear rising gas and electricity bills in this. In this hot weather, we all have constituents who are choosing between eating and washing in a desperate attempt to save money, Councillor Jarrett. Gillingham street angels are feeding upwards of 12,000 people every month, and local business is suffering as people stop treating themselves to new clothes or lunch at a cafe. I don't want life in Medway to be like this for anyone. Knowing all of this, Councillor Jarrett and Councillor Doe, I hope that there's no one in the chamber who will try to defend the paltry help the government have put in, because it's just not enough. Rushed in as it was, as an afterthought from the outgoing Chancellor Rishi Sunak when he was preparing his new website for a leadership bid before he'd even resigned. There are gaping holes in the help available, as the motion shows. The sick and disabled, already stripped of £38 a week in benefits over the last 10 years, have higher bills because they simply need more to maintain a bit of independence or simply stay alive. I remember when my late ward colleague Nick Bowler was getting sicker and found he had to run an oxygen machine at home 24 hours a day, and realised back then just how much higher his electricity bill had become. And in our towns, where respiratory illness is much higher than it should be, there are many like him. It's easy to forget why the welfare state is a safety net until you need it yourself. And there but for the grace go all of us. Sunak and his cronies have told us that there are 8.2 million households eligible for help, but has managed not to mention that there are many exceptions to receiving the higher payment of £650. So it's not true. In fact, you won't get the money at all if you receive new style employment and support allowance, contributory employment and support allowance, or the new style job seekers, unless you get universal credit. If you receive housing benefit, as many working people in Medway do, you'll be left out if you don't get any of the other qualifying benefits and be stuck with trying to find rocketing rent as well as other runaway bills. And a qualifying period's quietly slipped in too. So if you haven't received a benefit payment between the 26th of April and the 25th of May this year, you won't get the first payment of £326, and no one knows what the qualifier for the second payment will be. If you're on universal credit and your benefit has been reduced to zero because you've managed to start earning money again, there'll be nothing available, so you'll be pulled back to square one. So much for rewarding hard work, it's a kick in the teeth instead. And just to make sure those on the left, those left on the higher legacy benefits, like tax credits, are punished for having a bit more, they won't get the first payment until well into the autumn. The motion's a chance to show our people that we know it's not enough, that we're prepared to stick our necks out and tell the truth. Voting for the motion is a chance for the Tories in this chamber to hold your heads high over Tory leadership contenders and poor old Ray Christie, of course, who all promised tax cuts. So please don't anyone try to tell me there's no money to do more to help people. Not content with normalising poverty, the Tory pretenders have all run against their own pitiful record in government. They're guilty of cleaving to Johnson, knowing who and what he was all the time, a liar and a lawbreaker, caring nothing for those who suffered under 12 years of austerity, which has run Britain into the ground. Those left behind in government could take note of our motion, dump their self-obsession and actually get back to work, call an emergency budget, strike out the unfair exceptions I've mentioned, and work with councils like us in the voluntary sector to put together a package that makes the difference between surviving and living. It's the least Medway deserves.
Thank you. Is that supported, Councillor Van Dijk? Do you wish to speak now or reserve?
I'd like to second the motion.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Did you wish to speak now or?
I will speak now, yes. Thank you. In seconding this motion, I ask members to consider the impact of the government pay offers covering 2.5 million public sector workers announced on Tuesday for teachers, doctors, nurses, police officers, and the armed forces that we were praising earlier on this evening. This followed a report from the Office for National Statistics of a 40-year high in consumer price inflation, with prices rising to 9% and likely to rise to 11% in the coming weeks. This means that these pay offers amount in real terms to significant pay cuts. Shockingly, this will mean, for example, that junior doctors who are locked into a 2% per year pay deal will effectively, in real terms, have their pay cut by 6.8%. What a reward for the tireless work they have been undertaking to keep us safe and well. It's predicted that this will lead to an exodus of NHS staff, and further, the NHS Confederation warns that the government's failure to fully fund these awards has left NHS England in the impossible position of having to choose which services they will cut back in order to find an unexpected 1.8 billion to fund the additional rise. And I don't know if anybody can see this, you don't need to see what's written on it, but in the blue is what the pay rises are, but the real effect is the deficit in red. So that shows this is the junior doctors who are actually taking a massive pay cut. This will mean that many thousands of people on the lower to middle pay scales will have to choose between using electricity to heat their homes or feeding their families with uncooked food. It will inevitably result in poor health and an even greater burden on gravely pressured NHS services, which are already seeing significant staff shortages. Arrangements to help with fuel bills for people with prepayment meters, which are, as Councillor Murray's motion says, already more costly to consumers than receiving quarterly bills, have still not yet been disclosed, yet these are usually the poorest people in society already. Trade unions will inevitably seek to challenge these significant real terms pay cuts and ballot their members on strike action. Even the RCN are intending to ballot their members. What a great reward for their care and support during the pandemic against extreme odds. Christina McAnear, General Secretary of Unison, says ministers seem intent on running down the NHS, showing scant regard for millions of people languishing on waiting lists for tests and treatment. Thank you.
Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, and it's a regrettable pleasure in one sense to follow my two excellent colleagues in moving and seconding this motion. This motion shouldn't have to exist in one of the richest countries in the world. And look, we all love Medway. We love Medway the place. We love Medway the community. And you have to reflect back and go, actually, how on earth have we had in the last 5 years two of our Pride in Medway overall winners being One Big Family and Gillingham Street Angels, two laudable organisations who we all support, but neither of those organisations should have to exist. And that's the backdrop we have for this motion we see tonight. And of course, although inflation is running at 9.4%, is talked about to be going to 11%, individual parts of our economy, the inflation rates are much higher. Petrol, people who are filling up their cars will know, actually petrol inflation is running at about 40%. Energy bills, for those who are paying by direct debit, are running at 70%. For those on key meters, even more so. And that's why this motion is really, really important, because it gets to the heart of trying to give some assistance, trying to make sure that the residents of Medway who are struggling the most right now know that their council's on their side, that they're willing to write to the Chancellor. We had to literally change the name of who the Chancellor was in this drafting, because that's what's going on elsewhere. But actually, we're more concerned about making sure that those people in Medway are getting the support they need, and that their local elected representatives are standing up for them. And the government system has got some fundamental flaws in it. The fact that landlords are receiving some of the payments rather than the individuals who have got their own key meters in their HMO, well, funnily enough, Rishi Sunak probably didn't think about that. I suspect he's never lived in an HMO. So from that perspective, it's about recognising that we in this chamber have to send the message to say, actually, our residents need that help. And it's residents, let's be very clear, we know from our inboxes, from the conversations we're having, many of these people are individuals, firstly, who are in work, often in 2 jobs, and have never had to reach out for help before. This is unlike anything I've seen in my 15 years on this council. We need to get this sorted. So this motion, will it make everything better overnight? Of course it won't. But it sends the clearest message to say we need those in central government to do their job, and importantly, we need to do our job, which in this case is about reaching out to those landlords, the good landlords in particular, to say, actually, do what you can to help your residents, and we will help you in that way.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Aldis. I was brought up in a working class family, but I wasn't brought up in poverty. When I was growing up, both parents were working, and work was rewarding. Employment rights were strong. There was financial support when that work, fell away, or when there were periods of unemployment. Housing costs were reasonable. There was council housing available, which, as a family, we did have at times. This government is impoverishing a whole generation of British people. We have the slowest period of wage growth since the Napoleonic Wars. We have average wages still at 2008 levels. We have benefit levels held down. Living standards dropped in May 2022 by a record amount. As has been said, inflation is at 9%, but much higher for food inflation and much higher for poorer people. Fuel up by 40%, domestic energy by massive amounts. The government's taken away £6 billion of universal credit uplift, replaced it with £500 million, now £1 billion of household support fund, barely plugging that gap. 41% of universal credit claimants are in work. 68% of families in poverty have one working adult. This is about material need, that's absolutely right, but it's fundamentally about dignity. It's about recognising the value of our fellow citizens, enabling them to take their place in the world. It's about dignity, and it's about self-worth. So from that working class family, I was able to go on to university without the problems, without the stresses that young people are facing now because of the difficulties that they live in. Food banks, as has been said, are laudable, but they are charities that shouldn't exist. Parents are skipping meals so that their children can eat. Coats are being worn indoors instead of the heating going on. People are going to bed ridiculously early to save electricity. Light bulbs being taken out of light fittings to save electricity. Only cold food being eaten to save fuel. People facing rent increases, fear of eviction, no holiday, no children's birthday parties, no trips out, no friends coming back. A loss of all that provides dignity and makes life worthwhile. That's poverty. And it's a political choice. It's something that has happened because of political choices over the last few years. As Councillor Maple says, we as a council can show that we're standing up for our fellow residents. And I urge colleagues to support this motion. Thank you, Mayor Aldis.
Thank you very much. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Aldis. Just following on really from what my colleagues have been saying, but just giving you a clear indication of how things are and how things could be. I've had the privilege with my colleagues, Councillor Osborne and Councillor Howcroft-Scott, of representing the people of Luton and Wayfield. And Luton, in particular, is one of the most deprived areas in the country. And there, Luton Junior School has just been awarded an inclusive quality mark. And the Mayor came along quite kindly and awarded the school that just the other week. The Inclusion Quality Mark is defined as a school which includes the teaching and learning achievements, attitudes and well-being of every young person. It all matters. You have to make sure that everybody is involved. And as Medway, we have to have an inclusive society, an inclusive community. We cannot leave people out because they happen to be poor, or because we don't like them, or because they come from a different country. All those things that we want to reject in our society. We want to be an inclusive Medway, and we can be with motion like this. So I strongly support this motion. And just to give you an indication of what it's like, despite the fact we've won this award in Luton Primary, or Luton Primary have won the award there, 50% of the children are on free school meals. A lot of those children who turn up at that school, the only main meal they get is the one provided by the school and by the state. That's what it's like. And yet they can be inclusive and win an award. So we should be proud of that, but we should also be striving to achieve the same as a Medway community. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. Are there any other members? Can I return to Councillor Murray, please?
Councillor Lamas has just come up.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lamas, you've just come, just appeared. Councillor Lamas, do you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to point out some of the government support that has been made available. So there is £650 one-off payment for low-income households that's means tested, as Councillor Murray pointed out. I read in her motion about the additional strain on those who are disabled, and I agree with her, which is why I'm pleased that an additional 6 million disabled people will receive an additional £150 from September. All electric bill payers in England will get £400 off their bills from October. The additional support of £200 paid in February will no longer be repaid. And for those who fall in the cracks, and I admit there are always those who fall through the cracks, which is why the government has given an additional £500 million to councils for those to distribute and help support who they deem to be appropriate support at a local level. And this brings the total amount given to councils for those who fall through the cracks now up to £1.5 billion. So I do think the government is supporting. I do think more can be done, which is why I think in the near future we should cut taxation. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Murray, please.
So, apart from a bit of slavish devotion from Councillor Lamas to the Tory government, there's a resounding silence in this chamber outside of the Labour group. I wonder in conscience why you can't lift a pen to write to the government and write to our MPs and encourage them to do more for the people that you represent. I wonder why you want to drag even more people into a vortex of poverty and sit back and feel good about it. I wonder why Councillor Lamas is seeking to defend the idea that even the people that the government pretend to be supporting have to jump through hoops. And I've just read out a great big list of exceptions to the lies that Rishi Sunak is telling about that 8.2 million households. Many of those households in that group won't get anything extra. They certainly won't get anything, as you've heard this evening, if they've got a prepayment meter. It's not even yet known by anybody. Rishi Sunak had to have this pointed out to him, but of course, if you marry into money and your wife is worth £730 million, I suppose you don't have to think about it all that much. I thought some of you were a bit better than that. I note that Kelly Tolhurst, Raymond Chisty and Tracy Crouch have all said that they support Boris Johnson, and along with that, they support the grinding into the dust of the dignity and hopes and potential of millions of people, including people that live in this town. I've noted as well that Councillor Jarrett and Councillor Doe talked to each other, poo-pooing the ideas as loudly as they could through it. Shameless. Shameless. You don't care about the people that you represent, and on your head be it. I'm very, very sorry, that the motion isn't going to be supported. I'm sorry that the people in this chamber won't show the public that we're prepared to stand up for them. And I'm ever sorry that your government was voted in.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Record your vote. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, thank you. We'll go to a recorded vote. Can I ask members to indicate their voting intention by either specifying for, against or abstain on Councillor Murray's motion, please? So can I start with Councillor Adiayu? Thank you. Councillor Ahmed? Thank you. Councillor Aldous? Thank you. Councillor Barrett? Against? Thank you. Councillor Brake? Councillor Brown? Councillor Buckwell? Councillor Carr? Sorry, I didn't quite hear. Councillor Carr? Against, thank you. Councillor Mrs. Diane Chambers? Thank you. Councillor Rodney Chambers? Thank you. Councillor Chitty? Councillor Clark? Councillor Cooper? Councillor Curry? Councillor Doe? Councillor Edwards? Councillor Fern? Councillor Griffin? Councillor Thackwell? Councillor Howcroft-Scott? Councillor Hubbard? Councillor Isles? Councillor Isles, thank you. Councillor Jarrett? Councillor Johnson? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Corn? Councillor Lamas? Councillor Lloyd? Thank you. Councillor Hale? Councillor Maple? Councillor Murray? Councillor O'Para? Councillor Osborne? Councillor Pendergast? It's gone. Okay, thank you. Councillor Prenter? Thank you. Councillor Price? Councillor Purdy? Councillor Sands is gone. Councillor Andy Stamp? Councillor Chrissy Stamp? Councillor Tijan? Councillor Thompson? Councillor Thorne? Councillor Tranter? Councillor Mrs. Elizabeth Turpin? Councillor Rupert Turpin? Councillor Van Dyke? Councillor Wildey? And Councillor Williams? He's gone. The motion is lost, Madam Mayor.
There being no further business, I declare the meeting closed.